that my cue?
That's your cue.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is the April 20, 2021 meeting of the City of Charleston Board of Zoning Appeals zoning. Present are Mr. Morrison, Mr. Jadon, Ms. Grass, Ms. Richards, Ms. Vargas, Mr. Bennett, and Mr. Robinson. Present from the planning staff are Mr. Batchel, Ms. Ashby, and Mr. Valentine. These proceedings are being recorded, and we ask that those who speak identify themselves for the record. We'll conduct this meeting in usual fashion. We'll first receive information from city staff about the application and their recommendation. If the recommendation is favorable and no one objects to the application, usually the Board of Zoning Appeals treats the matter as being uncontested and passes it as a matter of course. If, however, the city recommends against the application or there is opposition to the application, we treat the application as contested and hear from the applicant and anyone else who is in favor of the application. Next, we hear from anyone opposed, followed by a short rebuttal from the applicant. We then close the public hearing portion of the meeting for that particular application and open discussion to the Board of Zoning Appeals members only. We'll then make a decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application. The Board of Zoning Appeals zoning has the authority to do three things. First, to hear appeals to decisions of the zoning administrator. Second, to grant special exceptions, a fact-finding function of the board. And third, to grant variances to the zoning ordinance if the application meets the hardship test outlined in section 54.924 of the ordinance. The board may deliberate and make a final decision on a matter by a majority vote of members present at the hearing and qualified to vote, provided that not less than a quorum is present and qualified to vote. However, an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the board members present and voting shall be required before a use variance may be granted. For a variance to be granted, the Board of Zoning Appeals must make the following findings. A, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. B, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. C, because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. And D, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. I want to make note that there is one withdrawal from the agenda tonight, and that is 304 King Street. That application has been withdrawn. Also, item number 5, 10 West Edge Street has been deferred and will be heard at a subsequent meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. First item on the agenda is to review and approve the minutes of the April 6, 2021 board meeting. I assume everyone got a copy of those minutes with the findings of the board at that particular meeting. Are there any comments, corrections, or motions on the April 6 board meeting minutes?
I'll move for approval.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Mr. Morrison? Mr. Morrison?
Aye.
Mr. Judon?
Aye.
Ms. Grass?
Aye.
Ms. Richards?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Vargas?
Aye.
Mr. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Robinson votes aye. The second item on the agenda is 304 King Street. That's withdrawn. I beg your pardon, I'm reading off the wrong agenda. I'm sorry. Second item on the agenda is 80 Ashley Avenue. I'm forced to recuse from this item as is Mr. Bennett and also Mr. Morrison. Ms. Vargas will chair this particular item on the agenda. Ms. Vargas.
So before we start, let me place the board members who are recused on hold. And we will invite you back, board members, when we're finished with this item.
Thank you.
Hey, Lee, this is Scott again. There appears to
Yes.
be, I don't know if other people are experiencing, there appears to be an issue where the slide is being cropped on the tops and sides. You may wish to exit that program or stop sharing your screen, exit that program, and put the main slide on your main desktop
Oh.
screen.
Let me try something here.
Yeah.
Well, if I go back up to display settings, how does that work? Is that better?
So now we're seeing the presentation slides that show the next slide and the current slide.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to stop the share
Mhm. Yeah.
and then go back into, let's see, that's interesting. Okay, and then I need to swap.
Yeah, it's still cropping. You might want to scroll through a few slides. It's still cropping the bottom of it on my screen. I don't know if anyone else is experiencing that. Yeah, there you go.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's better.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
So-
good.
let me go ahead and continue to do what I was doing. And I
Sorry.
need to figure out where, okay, there we go. So, put on hold. I'm placing those board members who are recused on hold. Give me just a minute. Okay, and let me make sure I didn't put anybody on hold that I shouldn't have. I don't think I did. So, I think we're ready to go with this first item.
Okay. Okay, agenda item A280 Ashley Avenue. This is a request for a use variance from section 54-203 to allow a cafe with indoor and outdoor paid use areas and garden shop with on-premises consumption of beer, wine, and liquor. Cafe limited hours are Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 8 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Garden store hours are Monday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Cafe staff will arrive 1 hour earlier and leave 1 hour later. Alcohol, meaning beer, wine, and liquor, sales are to be tied to the breakfast service, so 7:30, 8 a.m. There's also a second request request for variance from section 54-317 to allow a cafe with indoor and outdoor patron use areas and garden shop with 2 off-street parking spaces. 13 spaces are required, and this is zoned STR. Mr. Batchelder.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. So the, before we get into this presentation, let me just mention that we have an applicant team that is represented by Mr. Barr, Capers Barr, attorney. And then we have some neighbors who are represented by their attorneys. And then we have other people that have signed up to speak, both in favor and against this item. And we have a long list of comments that were submitted to the city through our online submittal. And so the board has had a policy in the past of trying to hear everybody and give everybody an opportunity to speak. The rules of the board, as some of you may know, do set a time limit for each side of 10 minutes. Now that's unreasonable and impractical with all of the interest in this particular item. So I think it's reasonable to think that that could be extended a good bit. However, I want to just encourage those who will be speaking in support or in against this item to try not to repeat items that other people have said before you, and keep your comments brief and to the point, focusing on the issues at hand. And then when I go through the comments, I will try to summarize longer comments and then basically group all of the short comments that are in support together, pointing out the various things that those people are various reasons that those people are saying that they're supporting this item for. So anyway, I just want to mention that right off the bat. We want to give everybody a chance to be heard and want the board to have their information presented to them so that they can make a fair decision one way or the other. So let me just go right into my fairly brief presentation. So 80 Ashley Avenue sits on the northeast corner of Ashley Avenue and Wentworth in the Charleston Village neighborhood. It is a property that, as you can see from this aerial image, has a paved parking surface on the western half of the property, basically, and then a one-story building along the eastern half that abuts the neighboring property at 174 Wentworth Street. And the north side of this property abuts a residential property at 84 Ashley Avenue, rather. So 2 immediate abutting neighbors, both residential in use. They abut this property, which, as you can see, doesn't have a house on it. It's a property that we probably have seen many times driving through the neighborhood. It was constructed approximately 90 years ago as a gas station. The building that was there on the corner before was torn down to make way for this gas station. And from what I can tell, it hasn't been used as a gas station since sometime in the 70s, maybe about 1980. And it's been mostly vacant for the past 20 years, I think. I'm not aware of any use that the property has had in that time. So we have a property that's a blighted property in this neighborhood. And the neighborhood itself that surrounds this property is residential in the immediate area. There are other uses in this neighborhood as well, but the immediate area surrounding this property is all residential. And so you can see in this image the homes that surround this property, various sizes and various ages, but all are considered historic properties subject to the rules and restrictions of the Board of Architectural Review. The zoning of this particular property, 80 Ashley Avenue, is shown here on this zoning map. And the green represents the STR zone, which stands for single and two-family residential. Residential is the only use that is permitted within that STR zone. And as you can see, that zoning district extends for several blocks in each direction from this property. Now, I know that there's been some comment on how maybe the zoning of this property changed, but in fact, that never happened. Basically, it's been zoned residential ever since the city of Charleston adopted zoning in 1931. This is a copy of the 1931 zoning map, and I've highlighted the B residential district or residence district, and you can see the cross-hatching that's used to denote that district on this map. And I've highlighted this corner on the map. So you can see that this area of Charleston Village was always zoned residential according to the city of Charleston zoning map. Interesting, just as a side note, it was the construction of the gas stations throughout downtown in the 20s and on into the early 30s that caused the city to adopt zoning. That was one of the main causes of the city adopting zoning in the first place. The historic district was much smaller, focused around Meeting Street and Church Street, below Broad, but the other parts of the city were all zoned in one of these four districts: residence districts, 2 residence districts, business, light industrial, heavy industrial. So that action by the city was largely in response to the fact that these gas stations, these oil companies were coming into town, tearing down historic buildings to put up gas stations. So we have a building that is historic in that it is one of the buildings that caused the city to adopt zoning in the first place, and it's survived all these years. Now, the request is a use variance. It's not just a variance, it's a use variance. And cities and counties in the state, in South Carolina, are authorized to grant use variances, but only if a 2/3 vote of the board members present and voting on the matter are in favor. Now, in this case, we've only got 4 board members, 4 of the 7 board members voting. So a simple majority in this case will serve as a 2/3 vote if the board is inclined to approve this request. And then another part of that is that, of course, the city council can overturn approvals of use variances. They can't overturn approvals of regular variances, but for use variances, they can be overturned. An approval of a variance runs with the property. So if you are inclined to approve this use variance tonight, that variance will run with the property. It will not run with the applicant, not be specific to the applicant. The applicant has submitted a very detailed application represented by Capers Bar. They've outlined their reasons for why they feel they meet the variance test. I'll let Mr. Barr go through all that. I thought I had, oh, here it is, okay. Then they've submitted these drawings which show exactly what they would like to do on the property and give a little bit of history. So here's imagery from old Sanborn maps, photographs, more photographs, and advertisements for the gas station. And photographs of the actual property. Now, these drawings show how they want to use the property. And I'll go to the next drawing here. And I know these are a little bit difficult to read, but you can see, and let me turn on my laser pointer. You can see that in the large space here, which is the gable roofed part of the building up close to Wentworth Street, they would have a large kitchen. And then over here would be bathrooms, a little bar area and patron use area for inside seating right here, and a small retail shop for the garden center right here. There would be 2 parking spaces in this location, accessed off Ashley Avenue. And then the outdoor patron use area for the cafe would be limited to this area right here. And that would extend out to the sidewalk along Ashley Avenue. And then I'll let the applicants go through the other details of this. But basically, they want to have a cafe and garden shop with this fairly large kitchen. It seems fairly large for the overall size of the project right here. And they would, these are more photographs showing the existing and proposed layout. You can see the indoor seating right here, and this bar area right here. Rooftop. So on the roof, so this section right here, this is a flat roof section. And really, there isn't much. I don't think there's a roof there now because I think it collapsed. And what they would do is, of course, reconstruct the roof and have a skylight right here. Elevation showing the restored building. And then some sketches showing what it might look like with the fenced in front courtyard area, I guess you could say. And then more information here. So, and I'll let the applicants go through all that well, but I think there's no question that this is a unique property. It's exceptional, extraordinary, that it is unique, that those conditions that apply to this property don't generally apply to other properties. There are no other vacant gas stations in the immediate area, vacant commercial buildings in this immediate area. And it's probably unlikely, although I never could get an absolute no out of our chief building official, it's probably very unlikely that this would ever be used as a residential use. This building, I should say, would ever be used as a residential use. So it violates the flood zone elevation requirements that are in effect today. And whether you could get a variance to get around that, it's unclear, given that this is a historic building, but it would be a challenge, I think. So probably the future of this building, if it's going to remain, would be a commercial use. which means a use variance would be warranted to some extent. So the question becomes, does this request meet the fourth part of the variance test, which is whether the authorization of variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. So how will this cafe operate? Is that an appropriate type of use for this location? Those are all questions that anybody looking at this should have. And in my opinion, I think that the proposal, and you'll find out more about the details from others because I don't want to dwell on this too much, but I think that the proposal with the hours of operation they're proposing, with the size of the outdoor seating, and my understanding is that that kitchen would be larger than what they would use for just this location, because they would be using that kitchen to make bakery items for other locations that this operator already has in place. So I feel like that operation, that use of this property to supply other commercially zoned properties that are currently operating is maybe an issue as well. And then the final one concerns alcohol. So we have other uses in the neighborhood, in Charleston Village and other neighborhoods that serve alcohol, beer and wine typically. It's unusual for neighborhood uses to have liquor. And liquor is a separate license from the state of South Carolina. And you may have read some articles recently about how the state of South Carolina does have specific rules. Well, they're not specific, they're general rules about places that serve liquor not being traditional bars, where all you can get is a drink and some peanuts. You have to be able to serve hot meals and have seating for people to eat those meals. And in South Carolina, have a liquor by the drink license. So it's unusual for a neighborhood kind of place to meet those requirements and do that. And it's also unusual for a neighborhood kind of use to want to be able to serve liquor by the drink. So that to me concerns me because of the experiences I've had with other establishments. So those things and the impacts that they could create on these surrounding residential properties with deliveries, garbage, trash, storage and collection, and the noise are the things that really concern me. And I do feel that the proposal as it exists today would create a substantial detriment to those neighboring residential properties. So my recommendation is for the board not to approve this request. This doesn't slam the door on some revised application coming forward for something similar or some other type of commercial use. It's just simply responding to the proposal as it exists today and is being presented to you. So
Ms.
with that,
Ashby, oh, sorry.
sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask if the applicant is ready to speak.
So I know that the applicant is present and I can promote them being a panelist. I have to find okay. Give me a minute. I've got a lot of people here to scroll through. Okay, I find, okay. And I see, so I promoted Capers Barr to be a panelist. And what I would like to ask Capers before you get started is who else should I promote on the applicant team? If you could tell me.
Lee, promote Danielle Brown, please.
Okay. Give me just a minute.
Okay.
I see Danielle listed several times, so I'm hoping that I'm promoting the right. Maybe I should promote more just to see. Is there anybody else that I should promote? Capers?
For now, not Lee. Perhaps Danielle will want to promote others. We do have our architect on board, but that's probably in the event there are any questions from the Board of Zoning Appeals. So for now, I think just Danielle.
Okay. And I'm wondering if Danielle can speak.
I think you promoted the wrong person. I went in through a different link, and I think that there are a couple people who went in through Danielle's link, and therefore that was the confusion. I just named myself. I didn't realize I was named improperly until now.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to demote you then, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Okay. Now I have to find. Oops. Let's see.
Hey, Lee, that's me.
Okay. Did I get the right Danielle?
Yeah, I unmuted myself so you could see my tile if you want to remute me until my turn to speak.
Okay.
I'll turn my video on there so you have.
Okay. Very good. Okay. I think we're ready.
Mr. Batchelder, would you mind swearing them in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Are you with us, Capers? Are you
I
still
am.
there?
I'm here, Lee.
Okay, Capers and Danielle, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Okay, Capers, if you'd like to proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Lee. And Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the board, it's always good to be with you. For the record, my name is Capers Barr. I'm a lawyer at 11 Broad Street. But as for this application, my residence is 44 Barry Street, which is about two and a half blocks from this location. And I'm very pleased to be representing Danielle and Steve Brown. Danielle and Steve live at 85 Rutledge, which is catacornered from this subject property. They live in the same block at the northeast corner of Ashley and I guess that would be Montague over there. Steve and Danielle have admired this building for quite a while, and it's been their dream to preserve it. And as Mr. Batchelder has presented, the plan is to develop it as a cafe and garden shop, which would be a pedestrian-friendly use, an element of this very friendly and congenial neighborhood, and would convert what has been a vacant and almost derelict property for 30 years into a useful purpose. I was interested in Lee's history of the zoning ordinance, and I was pleased to know, Lee, that you ratified my research that the first ordinance was in 1931. But I'll take you back a little farther, because contained somewhere in the package, there are some Sanborn maps. But the old historical Sanborn maps of the city of Charleston, there you go, that show this property back in, that's a photograph that you see in 1915 of Cantwell's Grocery. And we go back as far, I think the Sanborn map shows that building there in 1905. For those of you who might know her, our former city attorney, Frances Cantwell, is the granddaughter of the folks you see here in this photograph. By coincidence, I called her and she traced it down by history. But the point I make is this: this property has not been used for residential purposes since at least the turn of the last century. As best we can tell, it was used as this grocery store until about 1922, when the current building was constructed, used as a service station. I think I may have memories of it as such myself, until it was purchased in the 1970s by Bevo Howard, who was the father of the present owner, Demi Howard, who is a principal of Palmetto Craftsman, a local contractor. With the advent of zoning ordinances and ours in 1931, which imposed a sort of a one-size-fit-all zoning plan, planners soon discovered the need for providing for flexibility for places such as this. And early on in the development of zoning laws, there evolved the development of non-conforming uses, variances, and special exceptions, which helped to carve out the perpetuation of these old uses that previously existed. I'm not suggesting that this is a non-conforming use, but I am suggesting that it's important to know that this property really, within anyone's memory, has never been used residentially. And so this circumstance cries out for an equitable change. What I would like to do is talk you through, without sounding like I'm lecturing you, the variance tests, the first three elements of it, and I'll explain why in just a minute. And then I want to ask my client to describe what it is in more detail, what she plans to do with the property. Now, because the first three elements of the zoning test really relate to the property. The first being that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the property. That's the first. That B, that don't apply generally to other property. And C, because of those conditions, the application of the ordinance to the property would effectively permit or unreasonably restrict its use. Now, I think that Mr. Batchelder has suggested that we meet all three of those elements. I don't presume to say that's what he just said, but I know that some of my opposition has filed a memo with you pushing back on all the three elements. So I feel it necessary to address the first three, and then the fourth relates to the use and to the what I'll refer to as the substantial detriment test. In other words, the variance may be granted unless you find that this use would be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property, to the public good, or the character of the district. So let me go through the traditional zoning tests, the variance tests. First is there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the property. Well, I'll begin with this proposition. Nobody, and I mean that even probably applicable to anyone who might oppose this, nobody wants to see this building demolished. You're going to hear from, I think, from Historic Charleston Foundation and from the Preservation Society echoing that. But I would suggest that it's residential use, it's used under the zoning which exists, would require the demolition to comply with the flood regulations or elevation to comply with the flood regulations. And you can imagine what this skinny little piece of property would look like elevated 8 feet up in the air, which would be the functional equivalent, I suggest, of demolition. So the fact is that additionally, that any residential use would require more variances, either a variance to demolish it from the BAR or to elevate it from the BAR. That would require a variance. It would require variances because of the size of the property. The size of the property would not allow for residential construction. This entire lot size is only 3,800 square feet. The building area is only 1,279 square feet. So it's already below standards for residential use, which would require a variance. It would require variances for setbacks for residential use. On the other hand, it may be used as is for a commercial purpose, because a commercial purpose would not require elevation. It would have to become flood compliant, but that could be accomplished without elevating the property. So we suggest that the first element, that extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this property exist, because it's a fact that the building cannot be demolished without a variance. We don't want to demolish it. Nobody wants to demolish it. The second element of the variance test is that those conditions do not apply to other property in the vicinity. Well, all the property in the vicinity consists of established residential uses. So it's abundantly clear and simply put that the conditions that apply to this property simply do not apply to the properties in the vicinity. The third variance criteria is that, and I might say I've prepared a written memorandum, and I know from my past experience with the board, you don't get an advanced package, I don't think, so you're hearing this for the first time. Because the third element is, because of these conditions, that is the first two, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. So current zoning is residential. So we suggest that application of residential use would unreasonably restrict its utilization, because, as I've said, we would need to seek a variance to demolish the building, which nobody wants, or to elevate the building, which I don't think would be feasible. The point being that nobody wants to demolish the building. So that with respect to the third element, that the application of the ordinance to the property would effectively prohibit it or unreasonably restrict its use, no use, it can be put to no use other than commercial use as is, without the requirement for variances, either to demolish the building, elevate the building for square footage variances, or variances, for setback variances. It simply cannot be used without having sought some variances in some form or fashion. So that in summary, the most reasonable and least restrictive application of this zoning ordinance to this property would be to grant the use variance as proposed. Now, that takes us to the fourth element of the variance test, and it states as follows. The authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. Well, I don't want to discuss that with you, members of the board, in the abstract. So I would like to invite my client, Danielle Brown, to present to you what this proposed use is. And she would be prepared to answer any questions you might have, and we can patch in the architect if there are any that want to be fielded to the architect. So I'd like to invite Danielle to take over here and describe the use that we propose. And then I would like to come back and then discuss with you why that use will not constitute a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and that the character of the district will not be harmed by a granting of the variance. So Lee, with that, it's probably the briefest I've ever presented, but I see Lee shaking his head. So if you would admit Danielle Brown to let's describe what it is we want to do, and then I will revisit the fourth element after you've heard from Danielle.
Okay, Danielle, I'll advance the slides. If you just tell me where to go, I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelder. Do you have the presentation submitted to the board on Monday afternoon? We have the updated cafe seating, which I think is relevant to the conversation on that presentation.
If it's not part of the slides that I've gone through, I don't know, but I haven't any updated information.
Can I interject, Mr. Batchelder? This is
Yeah.
Penny. It should be the presentation that the applicant wanted to present,
Oh,
starting with that photograph of the property right
Here?
there.
okay.
That document is included in this presentation.
And then it goes on to this document. Is this what you're talking about?
Keep going. Keep going. There it is. Is that correct, Ms. Brown?
Yes, that's fine. And we can begin back on slide number 1 with the rendering, please, Mr. Batchelder.
Okay, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for your time. I'm happy to share this concept and the character of the business we'd like to install at this location with you. As it has been said, Steve and I first fell in love with this building many years ago, and we thought it would be perfect for the concept we present to you today. We had the good fortune of moving to Charleston just last year and have wanted to live here forever. And so we were very happy to make that dream come true. And this presented to you today is a potential realization of another dream, lifelong dream for us. The inspiration for this came from the cities that we've lived in prior to Charleston. they had these mixed-use cafes and garden stores that were always treasured, peaceful spots within the neighborhoods, and we sought them out on a regular basis. Since putting this building under contract, Steve and I organized a small group of Charleston Village neighbors who will own and oversee the operation of this building. This building will have more stewards to ensure its proper operation than our tenants may care for, all of whom will live within several blocks of this building. 80 Ashley, should it be approved, will epitomize the definition of a community-owned and operated building. Mr. Batchelder, will you please advance one slide? The dual concept works so well for this space because the building's renovations need to be supported by the income of two tenants. The garden shop and the cafe can coexist seamlessly in one space, utilizing the entirety, the outdoor and the interior. It's important to point out that the cafe seating will be small two-tops or four-top tables interspersed amongst plants and trees, and they may even be available for purchase at the garden store. This will not be filled with large tables for large gatherings. It's an intimate, quiet space to enjoy a coffee or a wine in a garden setting. We plan to add as much tree cover, potted plants, and flowers as possible to create a dense, shady urban garden on a very busy intersection. Showing on slide 2 before you are the types of examples of the aesthetic that we hope to be able to achieve. So small, cozy, and intimate. Please advance to slide 3, Mr. Batchelder. The cafe is going to be a low-impact cafe since the kitchen, and I'm sorry to be respectfully in disagreement with Mr. Batchelder's assessment, but the kitchen is less than 500 square feet. It cannot accommodate a large menu, and we can only service this particular location with that size of kitchen. It's serving light fare throughout the day and the early evening, and it's going to be the only place to get lunch west of Smith Street within the Charleston Village. The cafe operators, Cameron, Neal, and Greer Gilchrist, are proven operators, running 2 cafes in residential neighborhoods already. Harkin has been open on Queen Street for almost 2 years, and Harbinger open on King Street for almost 4 years, on North King Street for almost 4 years at this point. They have demonstrated their ability to bring community together around the cafes that they run. And I want to point out that the cafe is not a sit-down, table-side restaurant. It is to-go coffees, down to walk to Colonial Lake, to take on your way to and from work, and this is not going to serve dinner. The garden store is meant to serve the immediate neighborhood as well. It's a place to pick up flowers for your dinner table or for your backyard. Charleston is a city of gardens and gardeners. Yet there's no place for me and other gardeners like me to pick up a flat of bedding plants on the Lower Peninsula. So the operators of our garden store are also proven local operators with a very successful business called Meeting Green up on Northern Meeting Street. Sam and Kendall have recently been expanding, and we're very excited that they are looking to put their second location here with us at 80 Ashley. Together, these businesses will employ over 20 people, and with only 1 or 2 employees arriving prior to and staying until after closing hours. Mr. Batchelder, will you please proceed to slide 4? We have worked very hard since putting this building under contract. We have talked to hundreds, and I mean literally hundreds of our neighbors. We have talked to the Historic Charleston Foundation, the Preservation Society, the city, the Charleston Village Neighborhood Association several times. We have reached out to the opposing parties, to the concerned neighbors time and time again, no fewer than 3 times in the last, I think, 3, almost 4 weeks, and they have refused to meet with us. So we want to compromise and bring in additional feedback. We have done the best we can to compromise given all of the conversations that have engaged to date. So you know we were scheduled to present before you in March, and the plan before you today is a revision of that based on those conversations and the feedback. What we're presenting today is a garden cafe that is smaller in scale than any other cafes in the neighborhood. We have voluntarily limited the number of seats to only 18 seats outside and only 32 inside. We will have no more patrons at this cafe than any other cafes in the Charleston Village. This building also sits on the largest lot compared to the other cafes in the neighborhood. Its patrons would be physically positioned the farthest distance from any neighboring property line, which you can see on the bottom row of the table presented to you here. The nearest neighbor, in terms of physical distance from a cafe table to the property line, will not even be able to see customers after the installation of the privacy wall and privacy screenings as proposed in the plans. Also, within Charleston Village, this will not be the first food and beverage business to open its doors. That belongs to Second State at opening at 7 a.m. It will also not be the last business to close its doors. That's 60 Bull currently, that closes at 9 p.m., or the new or a potential new cafe located at 28 Pitt that will legally be allowed to be open until 10 p.m. What we're showing here is a comparison of the other cafes in Charleston Village. And we're showing these metrics to demonstrate that the business we're requesting at 80 Ashley would operate well within the precedent set for the neighborhood. In the variance that we're applying for a number of other conditions, we will apply other conditions to the building as well. Based on this feedback, we will install shades on the proposed glass roofs. Those shades can be mandated to be closed at sunset each night. Our operators will schedule deliveries for their businesses during the business hours. And it's worth noting that the deliveries for these businesses arrive in small Sprinter vans, since these businesses support other local businesses. Trash will be enclosed behind a 7-foot brick wall. That 7-foot brick wall will be hidden behind plantings and screening plants that will be adjacent to it. We also plan to provide aerial screening, so the bins cannot even be seen from above. It's worth noting as well that 80% of the Harkin and Harbinger's cafe trash is in the form of recycling. The menu items that we've crafted, or that the operators have crafted, do not generate trash smells or an abundance of trash like fish, or perhaps a meat-based product would. The menu also dictates that the type of cooking smells emanating from this kitchen, from the kitchen in which Haven would operate, would be almost entirely of baked goods. It is primarily a bakery. We have been willing and have discussed the feasibility of installing an industrial grade air scrubber, should it be necessary, that would remove virtually all cooking smells from the kitchen, and so they would not be noticeable from the outside. What we ask of the BZA today is that the same standards which allow the other businesses to operate in the neighborhood are applied to this building. The character and the fabric of the neighborhood should outlive us all. Charleston Village has always been a mix of commercial uses. The buildings on this property in particular have also been commercial uses. And the neighborhood at large has really benefited from that. This building at 80 Ashley has been commercial. Cantwell's Grocery, and then also the gas station. Mr. Batchelder, could you go to slide 5, please? The support for this project has been overwhelming. As of April 15th, we've received over 2,200 signatures of petition in favor for this project. Now, we can't control who signs the petition or necessarily where they are from, but we do have metrics that show 412 of those signatures are from the 29401 Charleston zip code, which of course is where Charleston Village resides. That's going to be the customer base for our cafe, people who can walk to the cafe. And while the petition numbers are fun to watch, the numbers to me that really matter are the green dots on the right-hand side of that map. That's 145 names and addresses submitted to us to be shared with the BZA in support of this cafe. Those neighbors have written expressly with their names and their addresses, and I've included a list of that appendix for the BZA to review. Following the submission of this presentation to the BZA on Monday, we've received an additional 42 names and addresses that were not able to be included on this map. We ourselves live, as Capers pointed out, on the same neighborhood block of this property. We'll be mindful caretakers of it for decades to come. And as we've talked to neighbors, they've told us about their fond memories of visiting the gas station with their parents or their grandparents. We hope to return this building to service for the community and for the families to create new fond memories of. So with that description of the character, the type of business we hope to run at this establishment, I'll turn it back to Capers, Mr. Batchelder, I'll turn it back to Capers to go through the 4-part test.
Thank you. Lee, am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Danielle. So as I said, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted Danielle to tell you what the proposal is before you consider the final element of the variance test. That element reads, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. I don't presume to misquote Mr. Batchelder, but I believe that Mr. Batchelder agreed that there would be no substantial detriment to the public good or to the district. And indeed, you may all be aware that the Charleston Village Association has issued its own letter about this project, which mirrors what I understand Mr. Batchelder's position to be. Charleston Village Association says that it's their position that offices, groceries, markets, cafes, and similar low-impact entities are valuable additions to our community. It's vital because it's vital that our community achieve a balance. They recognize the valuable architectural asset that 80 Ashley, the building, presents and deserving of preservation, and acknowledge the substantial investment that will be required to do that. So that the neighborhood association is supportive of a non-residential use, but because of the adjacent property owners, they non-support, they do not support this. So let's take a close look at that 4th standard. The authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property. The others are public good, character of the district. And I hope at least we've made the case or stated the case that those elements are made. That is, public good and the character of the district are not going to be harmed. So let's focus on the adjacent property. I suggest that words are more than important here. And at the risk of sounding like I am lecturing you, and I certainly am not, as a board, you are a quasi-judicial body. So that the standards that you apply, I submit to you, the standards you apply must be objective ones and not subjective ones. And the board, I suggest, should be cognizant of the distinction in this case between objective and subjective points of view. I think Ms. Vargas will acknowledge as a lawyer that in a judicial context, and certainly in a quasi-judicial one as well, that when the terms of an ordinance are not defined within the ordinance itself, then usually courts and judicial bodies will apply ordinary dictionary definitions. So I've taken it upon myself to take a look at the phrase substantial detriment. Researching cases, I've found no case that outright describes what it is, because what the courts have done is applied it on a factual basis, case by case. But the definition of substantial, according to Webster, is not imaginary or illusory, important, essential, meaningful, and significant. There are other variations, but those are I think that captures the context of what substantial means. It's meaningful, it's significant, it's not whimsical or imaginary, and it's not speculative. Detriment, according to Webster, means injury, damage, harm, or hurt. So to find here that this activity that Danielle has described would constitute a substantial detriment to the neighbors, you must objectively find that that detriment is neither imaginary nor illusory, that it's important, essential, that it's meaningful and significant, and that constitutes injury, damage, harm, or hurt. Change is a scary thing. And I can empathize with neighboring property owners who are faced with the unknown. I dare say that every owner who is opposed to this property, to this development, has only known 80 Ashley as a vacant and abandoned old service station in a very quaint brick building. So that change is not easily reckoned with. But we do know that other establishments have been approved and are operating in Charleston Village. Danielle made reference to them. There is the 60 Bowl Cafe at the corner of Bowl, and I always get Smith and Pitt confused, but it's either, I think it's Pitt. There's 28 Pitt Street, which is being constructed as we speak as a cafe at the corner of Pitt and Montague. There is the Second State coffee shop on Buffane Street, and the Queen Street Grocery on the corner of Queen and I can't remember the name of the other street, Smith maybe.
Yep. Mr. Batchelder, if you'll back to the prior table slide, that'll help Capers articulate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our video bar blocks off the right column, but that shows those other operations. There's 60 Bowls, Second State Coffee. I didn't mention Brown Dog Deli on the corner of Calhoun, and I guess that's Pitt.
Smith.
Smith, is it? Okay,
Smith.
Queen Street. I admit I confuse them too. I live in the neighborhood for 50 years and I still get them confused. Queen Street Grocery, and then the bar covers the new one, which is at 28 Pitt Street. And this just gives you a comparison of the opening and closing dates. But my point is this: I don't know that all of these were approved under this under a variance test. I dare say that 60 Bowl was. I dare say that 28 Pitt was, and that Second State Coffee was. I'm not sure about Brown Dog Deli or Queen Street. They may have been somehow grandfathered or non-conforming use in, but I'm not sure of that. But my point is this: from a standpoint of objective measure, this board has already concluded that 60 Bull Street does not constitute a substantial detriment to its residential neighbors. This board has already concluded that Second State Coffee does not constitute a substantial detriment to its neighbors. This board has already concluded that 28 Pitt Street does not constitute a substantial detriment to its neighbors. Granted, I would speculate again, there was opposition in all of these other instances as well. Granted, there is a tendency for folks to conceptually say, well, that's okay with me unless it's in my backyard. So it's understandable that the folks most immediately threatened by this, the adjacent property owners, would be opposed to it. And I know that they're represented by very capable counsel from whom you will hear momentarily. So to the extent that I get a few minutes, we get a few minutes in reply, let me close with this comment. I don't know whether this is available on our submittal, but the memorandum that I prepared, Lee and Penny, had attached to it an editorial that was published by the Post-Courier on December the 3rd, 2019. That was the first year that Demi Howard listed this property for sale. And that editorial, just to summarize for you, says that Charleston is a proven leader, has a proven leader in historic preservation in the country. First emphasized preservation, not just of the grandest homes or the ones owned by famous figures, but others as well. And what they said is that's what troubles us about the real estate ad that might replace this building with condominiums, because that would understandably result in the demolition of the property. So that the editorial advocated against the residential use of this property, which would entail the destruction of this building. And it said, there's no question that reusing the existing structure as a residence or even as a convenience store or small cafe would be challenging. But that's what good architects and design professionals are here for, figuring out such challenges. It might seem odd, the paper wrote, for a city to value historic preservation enough that it strives to save old gas stations and service stations. But Charleston already has a half dozen examples at least, from Fuel Restaurant to the Coastal Conservation League's new 131 Spring Street office. It's interesting that Lee observed that the origin of our zoning ordinance was to prevent gas filling stations from replacing residences, but now we're trying to protect those old filling stations because they have partaken of architectural significance. These sorts of modest buildings, along with grander ones, stir the memories of those who live here, even when it's clear that these buildings have seen better days. Certainly that counts for something. So let me close on that note. And thank you for your patience. I'll be, Danielle or I will be available for any questions. Lee, I think we have some others who would like to speak in support.
Right, and I'm going to start with the Historic Charleston Foundation letter of support. Penny, I don't know if anyone from the foundation signed up to speak.
Mr. Batchelder, yes, sir. Christopher King signed up to speak.
In support?
In support,
and
sir.
from the foundation,
Yes, sir.
So this is a letter from Cash and Relay, which I'm happy to read. So I'm going to just go ahead and read this, unless you tell me otherwise, that somebody has signed up to speak on their behalf.
I think you can go ahead and read that letter.
Okay. This is from Cash and Relay, Chief Advocacy Officer for Historic Charleston Foundation. Historic Charleston Foundation is in support of this variance application. Vibrant cities offer a mix of properly scaled commercial uses within residential neighborhoods. Neighborhoods flourish when pedestrians connect throughout the course of the day, creating visible activity in the public realm. A progressive calibrated zoning ordinance should reinforce this vibrancy. A healthy diversity of uses has historically thrived in Charleston's older neighborhoods because of businesses serving neighborhood residents. Businesses serving these residents were typically woven into the local fabric. The preservation plan for the city of Charleston, which HCF not only supported, but was instrumental in developing, proposed a Charleston vision that set forth long-term direction for the city and serves the foundation for future planning. Charleston vision statement emphasizes the importance of a diverse mix of uses to make Charleston a truly living city with continuing neighborhood vitality and livability. Land use regulation section of the preservation plan recommends that a diversity of uses should be maintained and reintroduced to the lower peninsula if possible. The plan further cautioned against automatic downzoning of commercial properties in order to maintain Charleston's historic diversity of uses evident in neighborhoods across the peninsula. Century 5 plan, the current comprehensive plan for the city characterizes the land use for Holston Village as being urban, defined as mixed use, primarily residential. The Century 5 plan recommends making neighborhoods compact and walkable by permitting a variety of housing, services, workplaces, and civic institutions in neighborhood settings. Strive to locate such mix of uses within a 5-minute walk of any residence. 80 Ashley Avenue was purpose-built as a commercial building in 1929, having originally served as a grocery corner store, then a filling station, and later as an office. Regrettably, the city failed to follow the recommendations of its own preservation plan and Century 5 plan and allowed the property's underlying zoning to become residential. HCF is supportive of the policy recommendations in both plans. This drives our support for returning 80 Ashley Avenue to commercial use. Further, HCF supports the zoning variance application that would allow for operation of a cafe garden shop under certain conditions, limited hours, limited outdoor seating, no outside sound amplification, alcohol sales tied to breakfast service, and focused efforts to satisfy the concerns of adjacent neighbors. We believe that the application meets the Board of Zoning Appeals 4 criteria for granting a variance in the following ways. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions. 80 Ash, and you've heard this already, so I'm not going to go through this in any great detail until we get to, criterion 3. Because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to a particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. The historic masonry building at 80 Ashley Avenue cannot be elevated to become FEMA compliant without detrimental damage to the building and thus could not be used as a residence. The historic structure could not become a residence by virtue of an elevated addition, as would conflict with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Since the building is historic, the City of Charleston Preservation Ordinance prevents its demolition and construction of a new residence or buildings in its place. Criterion 4, the authorization of variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of variance. This project features the rehabilitation of a dilapidated historic building and returns it to a viable use as walkable, bike-friendly venue to serve the surrounding neighborhood. The character of the district will actually be improved by the project. Existing paved parking lot covering most of the site will be improved with reduced asphalt, enhanced by trees and other plantings. Impervious parking lot and large curb cuts will be improved to allow for flood resiliency in an area that the city has identified as an area of known flooding. With plantings, rainwater capture to use on-site irrigation, bioswales are being proposed to further assist in stormwater retention. Special kitchen exhaust system will scrub and filter mitigate odor. Hours of operation are limited, particularly in the evening. The alcohol license is tied to breakfast meal service, so it could not operate as a bar in the future. Trash area along Wentworth Street is screened by a solid masonry wall. Service when the neighborhood is serviced, no dumpster. Applicants commit to weekly cleaning of trash bins. Additional conditions HCF would like to see: limited hours of cafe and shop deliveries in consultation with the adjacent neighbors. Shading, screening for ambient light from gabled skylight must be included. Additional trees and other plantings along the north side of the property parking lot to buffer light and noise. Delayed opening until 8 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday mornings. Full service offered, full menu service offered until 6:30 p.m. closure. While we acknowledge the opposition to the proposal from adjacent neighbors, we believe that preserving the neighborhood scaled commercial uses in residential zones, especially on the corner, is a net positive for the historic district. The peninsula is dotted with neighborhood commercial uses that have achieved symbiosis with the neighborhood residents they serve. Therefore, we are confident that compatible coexistence is both desirable and possible through focused, ongoing, and willing dialogue, both by applicants and adjacent neighbors. The property at 80 Ashley Avenue has been vacant for 30 years since it was last used as an office and has suffered demolition by neglect since then. HCF has long been concerned with 80 Ashley Avenue and has reported its deteriorating condition to the city code enforcement many times, in addition to seeking creative ways to rehabilitate it and return it to productive use. HCF appreciates the difficulties the current owner faces in finding acceptable use for the property, given the hardship conditions of the property poses for its utilization. We are hopeful that the conversations between the applicants and adjacent neighbors prove fruitful so that vitality is restored to the important corner of Charleston Village. And now, I guess people that have signed up to speak.
I think Chris King signed up, Lee.
Yes, Chris King did.
Now, is he going to speak in support?
Yes.
Okay. Let me find him. So I'm allowing Christopher King to speak.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank
And
you.
I'll swear you in. Let me swear you in.
Yes, sir.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Great, thank you. Madam Chairman, members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity. This is Christopher King speaking on behalf of the Preservation Society of Charleston. This has been a difficult and polarizing request, and we are very appreciative of the opportunity to work with the applicants and the neighbors. And we also believe that appropriate neighborhood businesses contribute to the healthy diversity of uses. That being said, we work diligently to evaluate each request through the lens of the zoning ordinance with great consideration for the potential impacts on the adjacent properties, as well as the character of the district. Based on numerous meetings, conversations, site analysis, and a thorough review of the application, we also find that the application satisfies the first 3 points of the variance test. It's the fourth aspect that the future use would not pose a substantial detriment to the adjacent property that deserves the most exacting review. Whether the applicant has made the case that its operation will not be a substantial detriment must be weighed against the concerns of the adjacent property owners. The application has made some programmatic reductions, which we think provide a strong starting place for mitigating negative impacts. However, we do believe that additional measures to reduce the potential harm are necessary to satisfy the substantial detriment standard. To this end, we support this request, providing the board adopt the following additional conditions to defensively approve this use variance. We respectfully request that you limit deliveries to the hours of operation, that the trash is incorporated, the trash and recycling is incorporated into the interior program or otherwise enclosed to further mitigate the odors. We would ask to cap the outdoor seating at 20. We would also ask that party sizes would be limited to a party size of 4 for the outdoor seating to minimize noise. We would also ask that the kitchen be limited to cold food preparation only after 3 p.m. And we also would like to see additional vegetative screening between neighboring properties to the north and east. And we would ask that the nighttime leakage be removed by removing the proposed glass roof altogether. Finally, while we conditionally support this variance, we are concerned with how this application has been presented to the broader community. Zoning decisions are informed by the conditions of the properties in question in the ordinance, not by the media or popularity of a proposed use. This application has drawn a huge support base from all over Charleston, but it's critical that the neighbors and the applicants talk directly. Should this project move forward, we strongly recommend that the applicant and surrounding property owners work to promote a healthy and ongoing dialogue about opportunities to mitigate impact on those directly affected by the proposed use. Thank you very much for your consideration of our comments.
Hey, Penny.
Mr. Batchelder,
Oh.
would you remind us who Mr. King represents? I missed that.
Mr. King represents the Preservation Society of Charleston.
Okay.
So who's next, Penny?
Okay, I'm gonna go in the order, Mr. Batchelder, of the information received.
These are people speaking in support.
These are
correct?
people speaking for this application.
Okay,
We have a James and Sarah Ewing that has signed up to speak in support.
okay. Oops. let me do this. Okay, I do not see. Oh, yes, I do see them. Okay. I'm going
Thank
to allow them to speak. And I will swear them in. Are you with us?
Yes,
Okay, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Hi,
And
my
if-
name's
And if I could just make this comment to those folks who will be speaking in support, we're currently at about 50 minutes into the support. So if you could just be brief and to the point, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
So Jamie Ewing, currently 35 Montague, in contract to buy a near adjacent property that we took knowing this project was going on and are eager to be neighbors of this. We have all discussed how there are precious few ways to just preserve this unique and lovely former gas station as a sustainable business. And this gets it about as good as you can, and how it can't become a residence without it being elevated substantially. As a family, we know the shop and cafe will be an asset to the entire neighborhood, and we look forward to patronizing it for business coffees and lunches, after-school ice creams with kids, and for catching up with neighbors over a beer. We had planned to become limited partners prior to going into contract on this near adjacent property, and we may still after closing. Haven's owners, as you know, live on the same block, and most other non-operating partners are young families who live within 2 to 3 blocks of the property. I look forward to, as my whole family does, working with the owners and operators to assure minimal impact. I will have a home office that will be line of sight to 80 Ashley, directly over it, and make it a pleasant experience for all. For those who oppose, I ask that we really not make the idea of the perfect the enemy of the good, really the excellent in this case, and support our neighbors who have come up with this idea and will invest in a long neglected corner of our neighborhood. Let's not let this go to demolition by neglect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Penny.
She's muted.
So sorry, Mr. Batchelder. The next person to speak is Justin Ferreira, who is speaking in support.
Okay. You with us?
I'm on Zoom. Can you hear me, Lee?
Yes, yes. Let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Lee, and thank you to the board for the chance to comment today and for your service. My name is Justin Ferreira. I'm a resident at 49 Ashley Avenue, 1 block from the property. I'm a Charleston native, a real estate investor across the Southeast, and an adjunct professor of real estate finance. I appreciate the perspectives raised regarding the property's plans. Two elements at the heart of the discussion are property and zoning rights, and the notion of preservation of neighborhoods based on their original intent. Now, interestingly and uniquely in Charleston, the notion of property rights and the urban plan vision for the to-be-settled city were drafted by the same renowned individual, the English philosopher, doctor, and economist John Locke. The original intent could not be clearer. Firstly, in 1666, John Locke was asked by Lord Anthony Ashley Cooper of the Lords Proprietors to draft the grand model for the Carolina Plan prior to Charleston's settlement in 1670. The plan spelled out explicitly the urban planning mixed-use intention of the gridded mixed-use layouts that inspired and drove the layouts of cities like Charleston, Savannah, Philadelphia. This plan served in much of Charleston as the roadmap, no pun intended, for laying out the residential, commercial, and civic buildings we now thank the Preservation Society and Historic Charleston Foundation for fighting to preserve. Charleston was envisioned as a mixed-use grid with intermixed residential and commercial buildings. Secondly, the notion of property rights landed first in South Carolina. They were later adopted into our nation and state's constitutions, and they underpin the zoning ordinances that the city of Charleston and your board seek to apply today. John Locke coined and wrote of life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. Jefferson borrowed from Locke, retaining the intent and euphemistically adapting it to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The author of American Property Rights first spelled out the concept of land use rights in Charleston and South Carolina.
Mr. Ferreira?
Yes.
Mr. Ferreira, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you mind speaking about the variance test?
Well, I'm getting there, but yes, the land use regulation section of the preservation plan specifically provided for a diversity of uses. And the application before you is restorative or corrective application for the property's original use and that the city's two plans dictated. And finally, we have logic and sensibility. The site used to be a gas station with trucks and cars pulling up. Gomer Pyle ran out when the bell rang. Gas tanks were buried underground, and the sale of flammable fuel was the operation. And today, an abandoned building is asking humbly if instead of gasoline, it can sell muffins and flowers. Let me say that again. We're using your time to debate if muffins and flowers might be too intensive of a use as a garden cafe. The pineapple statues outside of many Charleston homes represent a symbol of hospitality among neighbors. Charleston regularly ranks as the friendliest city in Condé Nast. I'll refrain from sharing with their editors what we're arguing about tonight. A letter in the Post and Courier by an adjacent neighbor asked you to give credence to the notion that some of the applicants may have recently moved to Charleston, that somehow should have a bearing in your judgment, that they aren't real Charlestonians with a debutante last name. That literally asked you as a governmentally appointed board to give consideration to the prior residents of the applicant and violate their Fifth Amendment right under the Constitution, which dictates you provide persons equal protection under laws and ordinances. This isn't a matter I care about simply because I welcome heartily the adaptive reuse and thoughtful activation of an abandoned building. This is a matter because I care about precedent, as Capers mentioned, and because of the fact that if the notion of get off my lawn, or more accurately, get off the lawn next to mine that I don't even own, or don't do it in my backyard, but go do it in someone else's on the other side of town, are given credence, then the bedrock of consistent application, property rights, and zoning ordinance sensibility will be rendered useless in favor of allowing the loudest or most financially backed voices to win instead of merit. I ask you humbly to please not stand between the applicant and their approval of this well-suited plan this evening. And I ask you selfishly to not stand between me and my morning coffee a block away. Thank you.
Next, Penny.
Okay, who has also signed up to speak in support is Carolyn Freeman.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Freeman. You there? You'll have to unmute yourself. Again. Okay, moving on. Penny, I'm not.
Yes, sir. The next person that signed up to speak is Cashion Drolet.
Okay. Read her letter.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelder. Thank you for reading my memo. I don't have anything to add.
Thank you, Cashin.
Thank you.
But for the record, Lee, can we just state that Cashin is an officer with Historic Charleston Foundation, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you.
The next person that signed up to speak in support is Greg Smythe.
There, I saw her. Okay. Okay, Ms. Smythe, are you with us? You'll unmute.
There, can you hear me now?
Yes, let me go ahead and swear you in.
Okay,
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
So, just dropped something. Hi, Lee, and other members of the board. My name is Greg Smythe. My husband, George and Arana, and I live at 103 Rutledge Avenue, just south of Bull Street. And we have owned this property for over 15 years. First, I want to read a really brief statement of my neighbor, Jude Autry. She owns 79 Ashley Avenue. Again, that is 79 Ashley Avenue, a property smack across the street from 80 Ashley. She writes, I am writing this email to vocalize my support of the proposed cafe at 80 Ashley Avenue. I own the carriage house diagonally across the street, which I rent out at 79 Ashley, and I live at 104 Rutledge Avenue. So I am excited at the prospect of having another walkable destination. Our city is a vibrant and thriving community, in part because we have big city amenities and a small town feel. I love and value the fact that I can walk to dentists, dry cleaners, grocery stores, and cafes, and am thrilled that Danielle and Steve want to save and preserve this wonderful building. College kids loudly walking down the streets at night are much more disruptive than this quaint cafe could ever be. And the cafe's proximity to Colonial Lake will only ensure its viability. Many thanks for your time, Jude Autry. So that's Jude, who is not claiming any kind of detriment. For myself, I was born and raised in Charleston, and it has been my home for over 60 years. I have been really excited about this project since my first conversation with Danielle. I have been saddened that arguments against the project have included that the Browns are recent arrivals. In light of the more substantive issues like livability and preservation being beautifully addressed by my neighbors and the city's historic organizations, I'm going to speak from the perspective of an old Charlestonian. With 10 generations of Charleston ancestry, including, to name a few, Eliza Lucas Pinckney, Daniel Ravenel, Charles Coatsworth Pinckney, Arnaldus Van Dross, and William Gregg, and more recently, Francis Ravenel Smythe Edmonds, who you guys probably all know served as Charleston's and the nation's historic preservation leader. I mean, here in Charleston for almost 40 years. She saved Ansonboro. My values and sensibilities are a product of all these influences coming together via the 3 generations that shaped me. These influences inculcated in me a deep sense of inclusiveness, regard for the city's historical embrace of entrepreneurship, and the high importance of a living city. All of which this project embodies and supports. Please allow these people a chance to have a successful business. Why stop making hot food at 3 o'clock when the whole neighborhood will be grilling for hours afterward? Essentially, please do not add endless restrictions that ultimately will strangle the business's viability. Give them a kitchen the size they think they need to succeed. And lastly, I submit that the standard of substantial detriment should not be equated with substantial fear or substantial objection. And please note that Judith Autry at 79 Ashley Avenue is not claiming substantial detriment, but has fully endorsed the project. I fully support the 80 Ashley project and say Charleston Village deserves the Haven Garden Cafe. That's it.
Thank you. Next.
Okay,
Any-
Mr. Batchelder, the next person that has signed up to speak in favor is a Jennifer Lisher.
Okay. Okay.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Jenny Lisher. I currently live on 38 Ashley across the street from Colonial Lake, and I work in international development, specifically in developing property rights and land policy systems and dealing with legal and policy reforms, but internationally more than the US, and have seen what happens when you have good mixed development in a city and what that leads to versus kind of the urban sprawl or other sort of systems that kind of take place. And so I moved to Charleston because of its walkability, and I think that's a good format to move forward on. But more importantly for this conversation, I actually lived across from the abandoned gas station at 80 Ashley until the summer of 2019. And I didn't have the benefit of having a beautiful cafe with flowers and wine and coffee. Instead, I had construction trucks going there at all sorts of hours of the night. And the college kids that have already been mentioned who partied hardy and were, for my now 5-year-old and 18-month-old, were a much more loud issue than a cafe would ever been. In fact, I used to live across from both a coffee shop and a wine bar before I moved into Charleston, and they were actually great. I could sit there, I could telework right next door, I could grab a wine with my friends across the street anytime I wanted without taking a drive or a taxi and just walk across. So I would love the idea. And if I still lived there, I would love the idea, regardless of now that I'm a block away instead. I think a garden cafe would add to the beauty of Charleston Village while raising the property values, which is just what happened in my former place, and providing the key amenities that allow families to walk and bike around our neighborhood rather than drive, similar to the beautiful European cities that all of us, that a lot of us have visited. It shows you what that can bring. And right now, anytime we want that, beyond a few limited establishments on this side of the peninsula, you have to walk across over to King and Meeting and East Bay to get those sort of environments. The other thing that I'd raise is that I telework now between my travels, and what happens is I can't find seating anywhere. So I go to try to get a coffee shop, and whether that's at Rise or Caviar and Bananas or any of the other establishments that are nearby, there's never seating. So my daughters and I can't find seating, and so I would just note that this would be a good amenity to have, that there's not too many of these establishments that are around right now. Finally, I would just note that, many people have mentioned these other businesses, but this corner location that we are calling residential is on Wentworth Avenue. It's at the corner of Ashley and Wentworth, and every other corner of Wentworth, because I walk it every day to bring my daughter to school, has an establishment, right? So there's a wedding shop, there's Wentworth Mansion, there are 2 bed and breakfasts, there's the different college restaurants that are there, and then of course the College of Charleston as you come up closer to King Street. All this to say, it's not purely residential. It is a mixed use street, even though it is along Ashley. And so I think we should use the same rules that have been established for those other entities, where those commercial entities, including those who stay open till all sorts of hours, like Basic Kitchen, like Wentworth Mansion, like Restoration, would be allowed to operate at those hours as well. And I think would be a welcome contribution. So I fully support and am looking forward to welcoming Haven into the neighborhood. I am a frequenter of both its other establishments at Harbinger and Harkin, and can attest to the fact that they are constantly filled with people from families to college students to people like myself who telework, and it is a welcome, it would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood. So I hope it's approved moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Yes, Lee, as an applicant, Mark Rigobuto signed up to speak.
Well, I'm going to let the applicant team decide who speaks on behalf of the application.
Okay.
So moving on.
All right. The next person is Mark Allen.
Let's see. Mark Allen?
Yes, Mark Allen, 19 Gadsden Street.
I don't see him.
Okay. Moving on, Elise Hussey.
Miss Ashby, if I may ask, how many more individuals do we have signed up to speak in support of the application?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the last person to speak, Ms. Hussey, for the public.
Okay.
Okay.
In support.
Okay.
And I found her, so I'm going to allow her to speak.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, and let me swear you in first.
Okay.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly, I know we're running short on time, but voice my opinion, and I am staunchly in support of the 80 Ashley proposed project. I have lived in Charleston Village for almost 20 years. I own a house right on the corner of Bufane and Rutledge, and people always, when they find out I live in Charleston Village, they say, "Oh, you must, walk to restaurants and coffee shops all the time." And I say, actually, I don't. There aren't that many options. And like the speaker prior to me, I have 2 small children, and we are always walking to the park and the lake. My husband works from home now. I go to the Citadel, and we're always wondering where we can go and meet with a client, or just grab a quick cup of coffee or a glass of wine with a friend. And I could not be more in support of this project. I've loved this location for the whole time I've been in Charleston. I just think it's really special, and I know the owners and the proposed tenants will do amazing things. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can y'all hear me? This is Mark Allen.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
somehow my video, you couldn't hear the audio. Am I still allowed to speak?
Yeah, let me swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Apologies, I just had some audio issues. My name is Mark Allen. I live at 19 Gadsden Street in Charleston Village. Charleston has such a unique sense of community with people and families who've lived here for multiple generations, along with people and families who've been moving here over the last 10, 15, 20 years and have called Charleston their home. Everyone has a sense of what community means, but sharing a sense of place through human interaction and relationships is at the core of the definition of community. A true sense of community breeds happiness for everyone involved, whether it be through a casual greeting on the street or through a smile and a simple hello while getting a morning coffee or a sandwich. As we have all learned over the last year, is that we are social animals, and human connections are so important to all of us and our ultimate happiness. The ability to gather and laugh and tell stories with close friends and family, either at home or at a restaurant, strikes at the heart of what brings all of us happiness and fulfillment in life. So as we gather here today to discuss the pros and cons as to why 80 Ashley should be considered for commercial zoning, we have to ask ourselves what the purpose of the location will be, and what is the ultimate reasoning behind the concept of a cafe restaurant at this location. And as I speak for myself and my kids, I can tell you that the idea of a carefully designed local neighborhood restaurant cafe that provides an option to go enjoy coffee, a sandwich, or a bagel with friends and family embodies the definition of community that only adds to the warmth and hospitality of Charleston Village and downtown Charleston. I think the work and careful thought that has gone into the planning of this neighborhood cafe concept, while at the same time being very respectful of the surrounding neighbors by listening and valuing their input, demonstrates the open-mindedness and flexibility of the potential owners. They clearly want this done the right way for the betterment of the community at large. This is not being designed as simply an economic endeavor, but rather one that blends in with the neighborhood and reflects what almost everyone in the neighborhood wants, and it only adds to the appeal and enjoyment of living in Charleston Village. So I close in asking all of us a simple question. Will this be additive to the sense of community and enjoyment of living in Charleston Village while bringing smiles to people's faces on a daily basis as they gather at a neighborhood cafe? And my answer is an unequivocal yes. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now moving on.
Right.
I think we're ready, Madam Chair.
Do we have, are we allowing the attorneys to speak for the opposition, or how are we?
I think we probably ought to start there.
Okay.
So the first attorney would be Mr. Maslon.
Yes.
John, are you there?
I am here. Hopefully you can hear me and see me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and let me go ahead and I can swear you in. And would you like well, let me just go ahead and swear you in. So you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
May I share my screen? If you could perhaps take down that presentation, and
yes,
based on what we have traveled so far, I will shorten my original presentation and try to be brief and directly to the point. All right. If I may, let me introduce myself first. I'm John Massillon, and I represent Mr. and Mrs. Rogers, who live at 84 Ashley Avenue. And although the numbers skip from 80 to 84, this property is directly adjacent to the site to the north. And if I may, I'll share just a few photos to orient you. This is the Rogers home here on the left. Classic Charleston single house, double porches facing the site. And I'll just briefly walk you around the site. This is obviously what we're talking about here. And as you look, most notably in this direction, you can see that my client's property directly overlooks this. This is a view from their upstairs porch. Another view of the upstairs. This is a view from the downstairs porch. Another couple of views from upstairs. And this is a view looking back across the site at their house. So the variance test, as we've heard, requires you to find that granting this use variance wouldn't be a substantial detriment to adjacent properties, the public good, or the character of the district. And the adjacent properties are listed first and not by mistake, because they are of paramount importance. My client and several others in the immediate vicinity are going to be most heavily impacted by this. And I asked the board to consider these factors as evidence of that substantial detriment. First, you saw from my colleague's presentation some evidence of those who support this project, and I'll skip a few of my slides briefly. I submitted all the letters that I have received in opposition to this project along with my materials, but I'll go to a brief graphic which shows a contrast with what you've seen before. This is a graphic showing the proposed site in the middle in green. The X's are a list of all the people in the immediate vicinity who oppose it, or who have informed my clients that they oppose it. And what I think that shows us is that while the applicant may have recruited some fairly wide support and interest in this, it is the proverbial mile wide, inch deep support. The position of the people who really matter, the people who are most directly impacted here, is opposed to this. And some of the reasons you've heard mentioned, some you have not, but I will cover them briefly. First, this is portrayed by the applicant as essentially an inside-out restaurant cafe. And as I read the plans, the outdoor seating area is about twice as big as the indoor seating area. The fact that a lot of this capacity is outdoors is going to magnify the negative impacts from crowd noise, food smells, litter, and the like for patrons of this place. You heard about the outdoor seating, but as far as I know, outdoor seating is not going to limit the capacity of the outdoor area. It will limit perhaps the number of people that can sit down outside, but it will not limit the number of people who can be outside. The operating hours, as you've seen, are every day. So this is not 5 days a week, not 6 days a week, 7 days a week. And they propose to start service at 7:30 in the morning during the week, 8 on the weekends, and go to 6:30 every day. To prepare the food and the premises for customers, the staff's gonna have to get there an hour earlier than that. So we're talking 6:30 in the morning during the week, 7 o'clock in the morning on the weekends, and probably stay another hour afterwards to clean up. So again, we're talking 7:30, 8 o'clock every night. You heard a lot about muffins and plants and bagels and coffee, but I don't want the board to lose sight of the fact that we are also talking about beer, wine, and liquor drinks. And although coffee can certainly make people boisterous if they drink enough of it, it generally doesn't make them as boisterous as beer, wine, and liquor drinks do. And I don't want the board to lose sight of the fact that a significant part of this business model appears to be selling alcohol to people to consume outside, right next to my client's property. Now, you've heard about the skylight, and again, my client's porches and most of the windows in their home overlook this site, and in the evenings, that's going to cause additional light pollution. Not only are they going to have to look at the people in this restaurant and cafe, but the people in this restaurant and cafe are going to be looking at them, and they're going to suffer an extensive lack and loss of privacy. And there's going to be not a day when that doesn't happen, every single day. And you haven't heard much about parking, and so I'd like to talk a little bit about that. First, as you've probably seen from the drawings, this is a site that the ordinance requires to have 13 parking spaces. The variance also includes a request that be reduced to 2. So what we're going to have here, in addition to all the other impacts, is a site that is not going to have sufficient parking for the people who work there, much less the people who go there. The materials refer to this business as walkable or things of that nature, but in my view, that's kind of a meaningless term. It just means you can walk up to it, but it doesn't mean, and there's no assurance that people will. And in fact, what my clients expect is that people will do what they do, which is they're going to drive to this location, and based on the support that you've seen from other parts of the city, and they're going to park in the neighborhood where parking is already in short supply due to the people that already live there in the College of Charleston, which is nearby. Garbage pickup and garbage service is almost assuredly going to be before and after hours. Don't know when, but the applicant and the operators are not going to be able to control that. They're going to come when they come, and most likely they're going to come first thing in the morning, which again is going to cause further disruption and loss of peace and quiet for the adjacent properties. As far as deliveries go, I've heard some talk about requiring them to be during office hours or business hours, but my experience, and I think most of us who live in the city have the experience, that delivery drivers come when they come, and if they come earlier, they come late. You take the deliveries when they get there. Now, I'd like to say a few words about conditions, because several of those, particularly the Preservation Society and the Historic Charleston Foundation, talk about putting appropriate limitations or conditions on this approval. But my clients have real and serious and significant concerns about the conditions for these reasons. I don't think they would serve to do anything to protect the neighbors from these substantial adverse impacts. If the board approves this for the conditions that are proposed, essentially the message to the neighbors is, we're going to approve this and you have to police it. The city is not going to be there enforcing the conditions. Nobody from the city police department is going to be there to check the capacity on the outside patio, or to tell people not to talk so loudly or laugh so loudly, and monitor all of these other conditions that have been addressed during the comments. The issues of noise pollution, light pollution, smells really are not subject to any objective criteria. And so if my client calls up and complains about smells, I would guess that the livability folks would say, well, how do we measure how much smell is too much smell? Or what about lights or noise? There really is no objective criteria other than to call the livability office out there and complain that it's too loud, it's too bright. And again, my clients do not want to get into the business of enforcing these conditions, which they will be if it's approved with these conditions. The other concern is that if the use is approved, eventually we're going to have mission creep. The operators are going to come back and want even more liberal conditions than the ones they have now, much like the ones they started with. If you had an opportunity to review the initial application, they wanted longer hours and more latitude. People might say, well, if that happens, then they've got to come back to this board and get another variance. And so that will protect them. But I think what experience teaches us is that once the use is reestablished and we come back in front of this board or a subsequent board, and I make the argument that the hours shouldn't be extended or the capacity shouldn't be enlarged, somebody's going to say to me, well, Mr. Maslon, isn't it true that there's already a cafe there? And hadn't it been there for 2 years or 3 years or 5 years? And really what you're complaining about or your client's complaining about is a half hour or an hour or 2 more tables. And so what I think we see in practice is once this use is reestablished for this purpose, then very likely there's going to be mission creep. 60 Bull is a great example. You've heard about it. As I recall it, it was originally approved as kind of a cold food service deli. And as you've seen from the table, it now serves on premises beer and wine and cooked food. So again, I think that the idea that we can protect this and regulate this use with conditions really means that my clients and the surrounding neighbors are going to have to police this and make sure that the current owners and any subsequent owners and operators follow the rules. Now, a couple of other points I'd like to make, going back to the third element of the test, which requires them to show that they can't make a reasonable use of this property unless they get this variance. And what I'd like to note is something that probably most of you know, which is Charleston Village has a number of businesses that are not food and beverage. And I'll just scroll through a few pictures here. Dental offices, there's a law office, a number of medical offices, a dry cleaners, some general office space, some dentists, a design studio, and Grace Episcopal Church has their office on Wimper Street, corner store, and a wedding store, which you've heard about. So there's been no showing that this use has got to be the use. And in fact, what Charleston Village teaches us is that there are businesses all over the village that repurpose these properties that are not nearly as impactful as this one. In the history that you've heard about, what you've heard about is a gas station, and before that, a corner store. Neither of those uses are as impactful as the one that you're being asked to approve. An all day, every day food and beverage operation. Now, in conclusion, I'd like to respond to just a couple of the arguments I've heard. First, my colleague, Mr. Barr, tells you that they're entitled to be treated the same as everybody. A couple of people have made that point, that there is a restaurant at 60 Bull, there's a coffee shop on Bufane. And because of that, to treat these people fairly, you have to allow them to do the same thing. The problem with that argument, in my view, is that that's not what the ordinance says. The ordinance says that to grant a variance, the board has got to make specific findings on each one. And if you accept the position that one variance means all variances have to be granted to make it fair, then once the board grants one variance in an area, the inquiry is over. Everybody that wants one gets one after that, or else they're not going to be treated fairly. And that is not what the ordinance says. The board here, as you well know, is required to find that this one is appropriate and it doesn't create substantial detriment on the surrounding properties. And I submit to you that the applicant has said a lot of things, but it has not shown you how my client and the immediate surrounding neighbors who are going to bear the brunt of this are not substantially adversely impacted. In conclusion, I understand the allure for the Preservation Society and the Historic Charleston Foundation about the opportunity to get this building renovated. But what I think this process does is it allows that to get in the way of the real analysis under the statute. This is a business. It is not a gift to the community. It may look nice if it's renovated, but at the bottom line, this is a business operation and they want it approved in this area under these terms because they want to make money. And I asked the board to consider, as the ordinance requires, the impact on the immediate neighbors, my clients, the Rogers, and the others who will speak. And it will clearly demonstrate that what is being requested here is a substantial adverse impact. And again, I'll mention these, but I won't go through them. In my materials, I've submitted a substantial number of letters of opposition. I don't know how many of the folks that submitted these are registered to speak, but they are in the materials. And as I scroll through them, I'll just briefly let you see the number that we have. And there's a lot of opposition out here from the people that will be most adversely impacted. Thank you very much.
John, I'm sorry, did you say that your client wanted to speak?
My client is on Zoom, but I believe that he is content for me to speak for him and his wife. And so I don't believe, in the interest of time, that we'll ask them. That one other thing while I'm still talking that I do want to mention, and I promise this is the last thing. Mr. Barr mentioned that the letter from the Charleston Village Neighborhood Association, but I do want to make the board clearly aware that the Neighborhood Association is opposed to this application. He read from some parts of it, but the conclusion is this is not the right use for this location, and the association is opposed to it. Thank you.
And one thing I want to point out, I failed to include the comments that were submitted as part of the online opportunity to participate in this discussion. And because of the time that we spent on the folks, the applicants and the other folks in favor, I'm going to just simply mention for the record that we received 58 comments from people who live in Charleston Village and other places, other neighborhoods downtown and other areas of the metropolitan area in support of this request. And the points raised really pretty much follow a lot of the comments that have already been made by the applicant and the other supporters. So I'm going to leave it at that unless the board would like further clarification on that. And I think if you could maybe stop sharing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Forgive me.
Your screen. I will go back to the okay, so next I will look for James Wilson. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Batchelder.
Okay, now I got to figure out how to get back to the participants. Okay, here we go.
Can I ask a question while you're doing that?
Sure.
Okay. Of Mr. Maslon. I was just wondering, since Mr. Batchelder mentioned how many letters he received in support, do you know, can you tell us the number that you had that you ran through in opposition, please?
If you'll give me just a second, I can pull that up for you. Give me just a moment. Oops. I should have that number on the tip of my tongue, but I'll have to look for it quickly, but I won't be long. I believe the number is about 35 households. And of course, some of the letters are signed by 2 people, but roughly 35.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And John, I'm going to go ahead and make you a panelist again.
All right, thank you.
I mean, not a panelist, an attendee. Rather.
Just an attendee. All right, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay. And so while I'm doing that, Mr. Wilson, are you there, James?
Sorry about that. I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, I can. And let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Batchelder and members of the board, my name is James Wilson. I'm with the Womble Von Dickinson Law Firm. I'm here speaking this evening on behalf of my clients, Thad Wilson and Heather Wilson, at 173 Wentworth, which is just across the street south of across Wentworth, on the south side of Wentworth from the corner, and just one end from the corner. If it's okay, Mr. Batchelder, I'd actually like to let my client, Thad Wilson, speak first, and then let me speak after him if you're able to promote him as well.
Yes, so I should, is it Thad Wilson, did you say?
Yes, Lee, he actually signed up to speak, and it's listed as Thaddeus Wilson, 173 Wentworth.
Got it. Okay, here. Okay. Okay, Mr. Wilson?
Hi, Thad Wilson here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and let me swear you in.
Sure.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you. Thank you very much, board, for letting me speak. Thank you for your volunteer efforts. My name is Thad Wilson, as my brother and my attorney pointed out, James Wilson. I live here at 173 Wentworth with my wife, Heather Wilson, and our 3 kids. We live directly across Wentworth Street from 80 Ashley, approximately about 50 feet. I grew up here on the peninsula. I feel very fortunate to have grown up here, lived most of my life here. I feel very fortunate to live in Charleston Village. It's a great place to live, and I hope to keep it that way. I'm speaking here today to request the BZA to decline the use variance, and I'd like to explain my opposition. Like many on this call, I could speak about many of the issues and topics for a long time, but I'll try to limit my comments to the critical issue that Mr. Batchelder has already specified, namely whether there's substantial detriment to the adjacent property owners and immediate neighbors. I would offer the following thoughts as one of those. I live right across the street, and I count myself as someone who will have a significant impact from this use. I firmly believe the proposed use will be a substantial detriment to all of the immediate neighbors, including myself. In particular, I think the negative impacts are going to be many of the ones already talked about. noise, traffic issues, safety issues from car traffic, delivery trucks, unpleasant odors, garbage, uptick in rats and rodents, and parking issues. I'd like to go further to stress to the board why I believe my expectations of these negative impacts are reasonable, why they're legitimate, why they are most importantly objective, to use one of Mr. Barr's words, and not speculative. As follows. Number one, my expectations of substantial negative impacts are very consistent with all of the other immediate neighbors. And by that, I mean the people who actually live on this corner. I think the fact that all of us are telling you the same thing, that we expect negative impacts, tells the board and quite frankly, the city, something important. Our expectations that there'll be negative impacts are real and that they are realistic. Secondly, I've actually gone out and done the work. I've gone out and located, reached out to, found neighbors of establishments such as this around the city, including Second State Coffee, Queen Street Grocery, and the existing coffee shop, Harkin, on Queen Street. The residents that I spoke to brought up many concerns. In particular, they described increased rat and rodent problems, forcing expensive barrier systems, noise from patrons, trash, outdoor patron noise as opposed to just crowds on the front of the street, odors, parking issues, traffic issues, and importantly, large truck deliveries, which apparently is a broken promise from Harkin that committed to small truck deliveries that we heard about earlier. I understand a large truck delivers to Harkin on Queen Street. I'm aware that there are some neighbors from some of those residents, the submissions from some of those residents to the board to explain those same concerns. Thirdly, as already indicated, the Charleston Village Association, after extensive study and communication, concluded that the proposed use could create a significant detriment. Another example of why this is a legitimate, real, and realistic concern. Fourth, the proposed use that we're talking about, food and beverage, beer, wine, and liquor sales, outdoor seatings, and a huge parking variance, those are the very characteristics that have traditionally been thought of as high impact characteristics. Those are ones that are not low impact. Those are ones that one would expect to cause substantial impacts. Simply closing at 6:30 p.m., adding landscaping, trees, and promises of good behavior, those do not make this a low impact use. In fact, I'd submit to everybody, I've seen very little from the applicant and the number of supporters of it that talk about all the benefits. There's been very little addressed to say how these negative impacts actually won't happen. Additionally, I'd like to offer a couple other comments in response to comments from Mr. Barr and Ms. Brown that don't particularly go to this issue, but I think are important. All of the immediate neighbors, to my knowledge, we are all supportive of a different, true low impact commercial use, such as an office use. We are not afraid of change. We'd like to see something done here, but this is the wrong use. Secondly, and to my knowledge, none of the immediate neighbors were contacted to be investors or stewards of this project. Like many others, according to Ms. Brown, apparently were. I'm unsure why the immediate neighbors would not have been contacted to be the stewards and investors. Seems to me like an obvious thing to do. Next, I'd like to comment that my opposition to this has been known clearly for the last couple of weeks, and I have not been contacted by the applicant to discuss a compromise as was suggested by Ms. Brown earlier. Based on all this, I think it's very reasonable for me to expect, and for the other adjacent property owners and nearby neighbors to expect, that the proposed use will be a substantial detriment to our lives. As such, I request the board to reject this use variance. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
All right. James, are you still there?
I am. Thank you. Wanted to make sure I wasn't turned off. Great. Thank you, Mr. Batchelder. There are a few points that I want to make. I think that I think that Thad, as well as others, will make the points as well as Mr. Maslon has about the very specific detrimental impacts of this. But I want to talk about a number of things to make sure that the board keeps these in mind. The first is, as I listen to the applicant and supporters, I think we can all agree that cafes generally are lovely things, but this is not about whether a cafe is a nice thing. This is about whether the zoning code requirements for this use variance have been met. It's also not a question of whether of just counting noses. Are there more people around the general area who like it than people who are against it? It's not a popularity contest. It's not a vote. It's a question of, do they meet the zoning code requirements? And there's also been a lot of suggestions that, oh, this proposal is just like all of these other existing businesses in the area, and the BZA approves these all the time, so we should just approve this one too. We don't believe that is accurate. This is an outdoor restaurant, which is unlike the other establishments that have been referenced by the applicant generally. So what the applicant is asking you for tonight is a use variance. And just to make sure we all are straight on what that means, typically variances granted by this board, as you all know, are adjustments to setback requirements, maybe an extension of existing legal non-conforming uses, could be a shortage of parking in some situation. Those are generally tweaks to the rules because the rules don't fit every circumstance. We understand that, and that's the BZA's rule. A use variance is something very different. This isn't tweaking the rules. This is a fundamental change to the allowed uses as designated by City Council. And those allowed uses, that's the core of zoning. So unsurprisingly, as Mr. Batchelder referenced a couple hours ago when we began, there are special rules for a use variance. The use variance requires a 2/3 supermajority vote by this board. And City Council can intervene afterwards if City Council thinks the BZA has gone off the rails. This is a special process. This is getting outside of what the City Council or city has deemed are appropriate uses. So there are two parts of this test that I think we've focused on, and I need to hit on a couple of points with them. And I think we all acknowledge this is an unusual property, so I don't want to talk about that. But the first point, which is the third of the criteria, that the zoning code unreasonably restricts use of the property. A simple way to say that is the applicant says, you just can't do residential on this property. I want us to question that for a minute because that's not entirely clear to us. And to my knowledge, it hasn't really been tried. Now, Mr. Barr did reference that there was a large condo building that was contemplated, and the editorial board of the Post and Courier said, no, we should preserve this structure. But that's not the only kind of residential that can be done on a property like this. The applicant has said, well, to do residential, you need some other variances because the lot is too small and there's setback requirements. And we may have to go to the BAR. Well, of course you have to go to the BAR for anything on the peninsula. But in terms of whether other variances be required, well, actually Article 5 of our zoning code provides for exactly those sort of exceptions. Too small of a lot, no problem. There's a provision in Article 5 of our zoning code to address that and to allow this board to grant an exception for it. Setbacks, the same thing. Parking, the same thing if you have a problem with that. Those, by the way, are exceptions. Those aren't variances that have to meet the hardship test. There is a process, is the point for that. Secondly, we all know that the BAR recognizes that not every brick wall in Charleston gets preserved in its exact historical state. It's a process. It's about finding a compromise. I think the applicant presents this as all or nothing, but in practice, we know that's not actually how the system works. There are countless examples in Charleston of repurposing old buildings and connecting them to new structures. And that's how Charleston has evolved over centuries, frankly. And on this particular lot, you've got a large amount of open space. Granted, it's on the front side, and you've got automobile bays. And I don't know if the board could quite see this from the photos, but those bays on the front of the building, that's a brick wall. There's no roof. There's nothing really behind those. In fact, there's just plants generally growing inside through the old concrete. Point is that there is a process. I could name a couple of examples where you save part of a building, but not all of the building. You incorporate a new structure onto the property, and you connect it to that old building and make some use of it. The point is that there is a process for that if the owner wanted to pursue it. Now, maybe it wouldn't yield as high of a sales price, but there is a process for that. So I don't think the board should just automatically conclude that, oh no, there's no way to do residential here. Secondly, on this same third prong of the test, a restaurant and bar is, with outdoor seating, and even the majority of the seating is outdoor, that's one of the highest impact uses you can have. And as multiple people have noted and will note, there are other lower impact commercial uses. So even assuming you can't do residential, retail and office are uses that are much lower impact, and the city is actually very eager to retain those on the peninsula. And those are uses that you would find support from neighbors for. So the fact that if you can't do residential, if you can't do residential, then you should be able to do anything. That's not how the board should look at this. The board should say, okay, well, if you can't do residential, what other kind of use might be available? I think the applicant will tell you that the only way that they can generate the revenue that they need is by serving food and alcoholic drinks. As Mr. Maslon pointed out, by showing other buildings in the area, that's just not empirically true in Charleston. Not all old buildings become restaurants. And it's not true that you can't make any change at all to old buildings in Charleston. That happens all the time. The related point that I think it's important that this board really focus on is the request for a parking variance. I just don't want that to get lost in the mix here. It's a 13 space requirement for what they've proposed, but they're only providing 2 spaces. Normally the hardship, the problem that you come to this BZA with, as you all know, is that there's no room on site for parking, and you can't find any spaces nearby to lease, which is another way to satisfy your parking requirement. That's not really what's going on here. Here, what the applicant has done, the applicant said, well, we have parking, but we want to turn that into an outdoor restaurant. So they have actually created their own hardship, which is not what you're supposed to do in order to obtain a variance. Variances generally aren't granted if you just by creating your own hardship and saying, oh, well, that can't be parking. I want to have an outdoor restaurant there. Under the code, the board is only supposed to grant an exception for parking. And I'm going to quote here, if the required number of spaces would prevent reasonable use of a lot. Well, there are reasonable uses of this lot without converting all of the parking into an outdoor restaurant. Lastly, the detriment to the neighbors. And I just, again, I want to quote what the test is. It's that the board must find that, quote, it will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties. The board needs to conclude and confirm that this will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property. The immediate neighbors will be negatively impacted by noise, by parking shortage, by garbage cans, truck deliveries, smells, the like. These aren't imaginary detriments as the applicant would have you maintain or believe. But most importantly, and I really want to emphasize this point, the question of whether an outdoor restaurant is a detriment has been decisively answered already by our city council. As this board probably knows, one of our zoning districts in the city is the Commercial Transitional District, or CT district. And it's for commercial uses that are adjacent to residential districts. And the way that the city council describes it in the code is the CT district is intended to protect, preserve, and enhance residential areas while allowing commercial uses which are compatible with the adjacent residential areas. So protect the residential areas, allow commercial uses which are compatible. So within the CT district, restaurants are allowed, but outdoor seating area cannot be within 150 feet of any residence. So city council has said, yeah, we can have restaurants near residential areas in some situations, but you cannot have an outdoor area within 150 feet of any residence in a residential district. So there are probably about at least 12 homes that are within 150 feet of this proposed outdoor restaurant. City council's looked at this and has very specifically prohibited what's being proposed here is not compatible. Granting this use variance would directly contradict city council's determination on this. So in sum, what I would say is we do not believe the applicant has really demonstrated that their property is unreasonably restricted by the existing zoning, because residential potentially could be done if the owner wants to go through that process. But even if that failed, this proposal for an outdoor restaurant is definitively not the right relief. City council has said that it's detrimental by saying it's not compatible with a residential neighborhood. There are other alternatives. We respectfully request that this board reject this request, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, James.
Ms. Ashby, do we have anyone signed up to speak in support of the opposition?
Yes, I believe Mr. Batchelder has that information.
We're down to the final few.
Yes, thank you.
So the next person to speak is Ms. Blackman, who I will allow to speak. You'll just unmute yourself.
I'm here.
Let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Dawn Blackman. I live at 76 Ashley, which is on the corner of the southeast corner of Ashley and Wentworth, with 80 Ashley being located on the northeast corner. In the interest of time, I had prepared a long statement, but I agree with everything Mr. Massillon and Thad and James Wilson have talked about. There will be no respite for the neighbors here. Their homes are just mere feet away from the 80 Ashley property. The spaces in our home where we spend the most time, our kitchen, the den, the bedrooms, overlook what would be the outdoor eating area of 80 Ashley. And the scope and the size of that operation and the outdoor seating proposed would be a severe detriment. Also, on the Wentworth side of the street where the trash bins will be located, it looks on the map and the plans that some of the prettiest architectural features of that building are going to be covered with a high brick wall. And those trash bins will be pushed up against my neighbor's driveway and overlooking her piazza. I would also like to bring up the point that at the first Charleston Village review, a representative of the buyers stated that there would be a wood burning oven in the kitchen. And he acknowledged that even though there will be scrubbers installed to eliminate odors, that the wood smoke would not be eliminated. And a wood burning kitchen that operates 7 days a week, year round, would produce significant pollution in the Charleston Village area. I would just like you to know that I have lived here for 23 years. I have watched this neighborhood bloom. It attracts families, retirees, and young people, and we invest in our homes. We take pride in our homes, and we love the livability and the friendly neighborhood feel that Charleston Village provides. I ask you to consider the voices of the dozens of nearby residents who will be greatly impacted by this development. The livability of our neighborhood would be tremendously degraded by allowing this endeavor. It's a cafe, a bar, a retail shop. So we're going to get a triple whammy with noise, traffic, deliveries. I just don't want to change the character and the livability that I've enjoyed here in Charleston Village and that all of the residents enjoy. I would ask you not to allow these changes to take place.
Thank you. The next person that signed up, and we're down to the final three. And so for these final three, if somebody has mentioned something that you agree with and you just want to give us your name and address and say that you agree with somebody's comments, that's fine. Let me see, Ann Pope.
Hi.
Hi, let me
Hi.
swear you in.
Sure.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for the comments that have gone before me. I'm in concurrence with those. I would like to just again quickly say that my name is Ann Pope. I've lived in Charleston Village for over 20 years. I was born and raised on the peninsula. I appreciate a mix of commercial and residential, green space, walkability, churches, the whole shebang. I love Charleston for that reason. I'm not opposed to commercial on this corner. The current project that is being proposed is too much for this corner for the reasons that have been stated before. One thing I do want to bring up is specifically that alcohol sales, to quote the applicant's verbiage, tied to breakfast is a bit concerning. My question is, will people who drink in the mornings not continue to do so all day? And who wants to live next door to an all-day drinking establishment? Secondly, 2 off-street parking spaces to accommodate a business, a retail cafe, et cetera, business with over 50 seats or roughly 50 seats plus staff is inadequate. And thirdly, a garden store selling, to quote Mrs. Brown, a flat of bedding plants is not appealing to a walking clientele. That is certainly folks who are driving, picking up their plants and that sort of thing. So it's a lovely fantasy to think that this would be a walking business, but in reality, we will have lots of cars, bodies, etc., trash. And in fact, the HV&A agenda for the coming meeting is to mitigate traffic issues in the neighborhood that are already existing. I want to point that out. The HV&A board met and thoughtfully issued a position that the current project does not meet the variance test. I hope the BZA board will consider the real impact of this business on the immediate neighbors of 80 Ashley Avenue and concur with the HV&A's board position that the proposed use would in fact create a substantial detriment to the adjacent residents. And I urge you to vote against the use variance for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I see somebody named Sharon, who I believe may be the final person to speak. Let me go to Miss Robertson first, and because she's right here too. So let me allow her to speak. Can you hear me? Ms. Robertson?
Okay,
Let me swear you in.
I'm here.
Okay.
Sarah Robertson.
Swear you in.
Yes.
Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. I am Sarah Robertson, and my home for 17 years is at 174 Wentworth, immediately adjacent to the east side of 80 Ashley. The rear of the former gas station runs the length of my driveway and patio. I love the design for the renovation. The use of that property for food and beverage will be a great detriment to our neighborhood and my property specifically. Since mid-January, when the contingent buyers approached me and my near neighbors, we voiced our objection to any food beverage uses. The neighbors remain unwilling to consider any other use. I agree with everyone before me who discussed noise, trash, etc. One thing I learned tonight is that apparently the restaurant operators intend to turn the kitchen here into a communal kitchen or central kitchen for this restaurant as well as their other two facilities. I think that means more volume cooking over there. The restaurant and bar that they're offering is in no way comparable to what exists at 60 Bull or anywhere else in Charleston Village. This proposal now calls, I believe, for up to 18 people seated outside and 32 people inside. This actually is an increase of 7 more people. On the weekends, operations would run 12.5 hours daily. That includes setting up and closing. During the week, there would be 13 daily hours of operation. In their online brochures, the buyers refer to the outside area as the garden bar. And on one of the pages shown tonight, it very clearly says happy hour and snacks. Also on their application, they specifically mentioned no outside speakers. In my mind, this means that they are going to be interested in having live music. I've been blessed to spend my final years here in this wonderful neighborhood, one in which I'm able to share with caring, engaged neighbors in a vibrant atmosphere. I'm horrified to the prospect of living next door to what is a de facto restaurant, bar, retail shop with 18 people outside having a wonderful time, 32 people inside having a wonderful time, enjoying light fare and drinking cocktails all day, every day of the year. This will cause a devastating blow to the quiet enjoyment of my home and allow no peace for me in the years to come. This proposed project would place an unreasonable burden on me personally and detract from the character of this community. I ask that you reject these variances. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see the other folks signed up who listed their names as wanting to speak. So I think at this point, I would suggest that we move to the rebuttal. If that's okay.
Lee, can I ask one question?
Absolutely.
Is there a statement that's going to be read from the HBNA?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you for reminding me of that. Very important statement here. This is a letter from Scott Anthony, the president of the Charleston Village Neighborhood Association. He says, the Charleston Village Neighborhood Association has supported and will continue to support appropriate opportunities for non-residential use of property throughout Charleston Village as an entity that was chartered to promote the entire neighborhood. It's HVA's position that offices, grocery, or markets, cafes, and similar low impact entities are valuable additions to our community. With the rapid pace of development that is consuming Charleston, it is vital that our communities strive to achieve a balance between dense urbanization and homogeneous residential areas. Although it is true that commercial properties could lead to an increase of non-residents in the village and other livability concerns, HVA maintains that the resulting positives to the community will outweigh the harm, assuming the proposed commercial use is appropriate in scale and scope. After all, if residents of the village are able to easily walk to their doctor's appointment or coffee shop, they will benefit from the convenience and help to reduce traffic. Here, 80 Ashley Avenue is a valuable architectural asset and is much deserving of beautification. First and foremost, the historic structure must be preserved. However, without significant investment, it is at risk of collapse or tear down. It is no secret that the required investment and logistical challenges presented to this property have restricted previous revitalization efforts, affording years of neglect and abandonment. Based on the aforementioned rationale, HVA is supportive of a non-residential use for 80 Ashley Avenue. Moreover, it is our position that a low-impact commercial enterprise is suitable for this property. However, because the property is zoned residential and proposed commercial enterprise requires a use variance from the Charleston Board of Zoning Appeals. Accordingly, the application is subject to the variance test, City of Charleston Zoning Ordinance Section 54-924. Among other criteria included in the variance test, the applicant must demonstrate that the authorization of variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. It is HVA's position that on this point, the applicant's proposed use does not comply. Although HVA maintains that neither the public good nor the character of the district will be harmed by the requested variance, the proposed use could create a substantial detriment to the adjacent property. HVA's position is based on property inspections and extensive communications with the applicants, adjacent property owners and/or residents, and countless other members of the community. In light of HVA's desire to encourage a variety of uses for property in Charleston Village, we remain optimistic that the applicants and adjacent owners are able to reach a compromise. However, until such time that a compromise is reached, HVA is unable to support the applicant's variance request. Signed, Scott Anthony. So I think, thank you for reminding me. So I think with that, I think we're ready to move into the rebuttal.
Mr. Batchelder, the rebuttal is one person
Yes.
on the applicant side.
Yes, that would be Capers Bar.
Okay, so, all right. Well, I was hoping that you would let Danielle comment on at least some of the operational points that the opponents raised, many of which I think are not correct. I don't think anything is going to be prepared on this site other than baked goods. There's not going to be a smell, there's going to be an aroma of baked goods. I cannot confirm or deny the existence of a wood stove. I don't think, however, there's going to be a wood stove. It's unusual, ladies and gentlemen, and I will try to be brief, to have support from both Historic Charleston and from the Preservation Society on a project such as this, particularly as controversial as this one obviously is. I think what must be kept in mind is that any residential use of this property is fundamentally precluded by the existence of the flood regulations, which would require the elevation or demolition of the building. And centermost in everybody's concern is trying to protect the building. I remember having a case before you last year or so where I was representing an owner on Hanson Street opposing a property extension by Mark Rigobuto of a property on a 0 lot line. And we squabbled about it in front of you, and the chair at that time suggested that the matter be deferred and make the parties sit down and talk. Well, I can't tell you that sitting and down and talking will accomplish anything, but I can say to you that we have tried to reach out to the immediate neighbors, and I was not aware that Thad Wilson was an immediate neighbor until his brother James told me so. I believe it was only yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, or I personally would have called Thad. So please know, members of the board, that we've tried to reach out to these immediate neighbors. We actually had a meeting set up in John Masseline's office, which was canceled. I'm not criticizing John. I'm just saying that apparently not all of the immediate neighbors were willing to meet with us. So we're left with proposing it to you. I don't think that I'm stating this over dramatically, but to the extent that the preservation of the structure is important in this equation, I think that that needs to be factored in. Because if Mr. Howard, if Demi Howard, the owner, is forced to sell it for residential use, then I'm afraid the result's going to be either demolition or elevation, either of which jeopardizes the structure. Charleston rightly prides itself as a pedestrian community. And I can say to you, because this is on my regular walking route, that there's a great deal of pedestrian traffic up and down Ashley and Rutledge Avenue, particularly going back and forth from the medical university to where employees from the medical university park at Colonial Lake and other places. And I can tell you that the residents of Halston Village are active, they're vigorous, they walk, they jog. It happens daily at all hours of the day. So this is a pedestrian neighborhood which will accommodate a proposed use such as we're dealing with here. In conclusion, let me say that we've heard some interchangeable terms from the opponents, the opposition here. We heard an adverse impact. Some have used the term substantial detriment, but I want to remind you that what you must find is that this activity will constitute a substantial detriment to these adjacent neighbors. In addition to defining the term, I found synonyms for substantial detriment on the internet. And there's not that long, I'm gonna read it out to you. Substantial detriment also means substantial damage, substantial harm, significant harm, considerable damage, considerable harm, extensive damage, material injury, serious damage, serious harm, seriously affect, severely damaged, significant disadvantage, significantly damaged. As I think I predicted, and perhaps a little more aggressively than I did, the immediate neighbors do not want this to happen. But very respectfully to them and to you, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I don't think any of their comments have risen to the level of establishing a substantial detriment. And I think that although it's our burden to make this case, it's difficult to prove a negative, difficult to prove no substantial detriment, although I think we have convincingly made that case. But moreover, it's incumbent on the opposition to prove a substantial detriment, and we don't think they've carried that day. So I'm going to close with that. Thank you so much for your time and your patience. This has been a long, long hearing, and we respectfully request that you approve this. It's certainly within your authority to impose conditions, which we would consider, we would have no alternative but to accept. But we suggest that this will be at the end of the day, a substantial positive contribution to this neighborhood and to these neighbors. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lee.
Mr. Batchelder. You're on mute.
Yes, thank you.
Does this conclude the public portion of the meeting?
Yes.
All right, this concludes the public portion of the session. The session is closed. Any questions, comments from the board?
First, are we able to still have a discussion with applicants or those opposed?
I think so.
Okay. I'll start then. I do believe that the applicant has taken sections 1 through 3 of the variance test. But I would like to hear from the applicant.
We're getting some feedback.
Yeah.
Hear me?
It's hard to hear you. There's a little bit of feedback, Allison.
Everybody ought to mute except the speakers.
Yeah, I can hear something else too. Can you hear me when I'm talking now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Well, I was saying that I believe the applicant's proven that the project meets sections 1 through 3 of the variance test. I'd like to hear more from the applicant, particularly, I guess, Mrs. Brown, if she could explain how the plan is going to mitigate any of those potential negative impacts that were mentioned by Mr. Massillon and Mr. Wilson, and some of those in opposition, particularly because as well that the Preservation Society and Historic Charleston Foundation seem to, I mean, they obviously are supporting the application, but they're also recognizing that some conditions need to be made. So I was just wondering if you could address those, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to do so. And I think, Lee, to be the most succinct possible, could you please pull up the frequently asked questions slide in the presentation? It's after the map of support. While he's pulling that up, I would like to state that we are voluntarily limiting the outdoor seating to 18, which will really address the noise. So I'm speaking to noise as one of the largest consistencies we've heard from the neighbors. We've agreed to no outdoor speakers. Ms. Robertson has raised the question of live music. We would love to have that dialogue with her. Should it please the board, we would be willing to agree to no live music as well, had that been raised to us previously. We are also in the process, we've had preliminary conversations with a group called Stewart Acoustical Consultants. So Stewart is a group who we are, if necessary, we are willing to hire to do acoustical study. Their preliminary findings have discovered that the sound, the current existing sound of traffic on the corner of Wentworth and Ashley would significantly be louder than a group of the entire 32 patrons gathered outside in the parking lot having a conversation. Noise does not amplify. So you would not hear the voices and the traffic. What you would hear is the existing noise on that corner, just the traffic. If need be, we're willing to spend the expense to prove that statistically, but the initial conversations with Stewart Acoustical Consultants is that the addition of patrons going in and out of this property would not increase the noise of that intersection. In fact, the pervious surfaces, the pavement, the additional trees, the plants would help to soften some of the traffic noise that's currently existing. So that's some of the work that we have done on noise. And we, in terms of visual concerns that the opposing neighbors have. From 174 Wentworth, after the 7-foot wall along the receptacle area, the pergola over the top of it, the evergreens on either side of the wall, whichever the resident at 174 would prefer, you won't even be able to see the patrons in the parking lot. For the property to the north of the parking lot, this is the first that we've heard of the potential light pollution. So we are willing to put screens on the lights on the windows and have them closed at a certain hour and have that in our conditions. I also noted from the views that Mr. Massillon showed that you actually cannot see the flat roof. You cannot see the skylights from their property because their garage blocks that view. We would be willing to do additional plant screening there as well to block any sort of sound and noise that would concern them. Regarding the odors and the kitchen, I also need to point out, I'm not sure where it came from that this would be a communal kitchen. It will not in any way, shape, or form be a communal kitchen. It's only going to serve this cafe. It's not large enough to serve any others. We are committing to voluntarily spend a $25,000 expense on an air scrubber so you don't smell anything coming out of this kitchen. So that's, there will be no smells coming out of the kitchen because of the air scrubber that we are committing to buying. Also, just on the outdoor seating, while Mr. Massillon raised the point that 18 seats doesn't necessarily preclude how many people will be in that space, the fact that the garden store will be fully consuming that outdoor space with plants and trees and pots and botanical goods for sale doesn't leave much room for people to stand around and just hang out. And we do believe that our patrons will be on foot to and from Colonial Lake, which has ample parking. And we think that we'll have a lot of people walking down from the hospital for lunch and going back. So they're not going to be parking at the cafe for that particular necessity. In regards to the garden store requiring parking, yes, perhaps we will have to help load cars, but one of the features that we hope to add is free golf cart delivery throughout the neighborhood for all of the planting goods that will be for sale at Haven Cafe and Garden Store. Ms. Grass, were there any other particular opposition points that you would like me to address, such as deliveries or trash? I'm trying to be mindful of time.
I know you are. Thank you very much for your information. Well, I guess I have questions regarding some of their comments about the alcohol sales and the hours. Did y'all consider reducing 7 days a week to possibly not 7 days a week, or reducing the excuse me, the times during the day for operation? Did y'all consider that at all, or?
We did, yes. And so the original hours were reduced. We had wanted to open at 7 a.m. given the feedback from the neighbors spoken to, and we had 58 of those. We have 145 names and addresses in support, 58 of whom were so passionate about this that they took the time to write directly to you all. Of those people we've spoken to, they wanted us to open at 7 a.m. and many, many, many of them wanted us to be open till 9 p.m. We wanted to be respectful of the neighborhood, and so our original submission had us opening at 7, but still closing the vast majority of the time in the early evening at 6 p.m. In further conversations with the city and the organizations, we've compromised even further. We've decided to open at 7:30 and close at 6:30. Closing at 6:30 so no evening hours are ever disturbed. So it will be a quiet corner in entirety again after 6:30 on a daily basis. Regarding the alcohol sales, the thought process for us in terms of tying alcohol sales to the fact that we're going to be open for breakfast was to provide the neighbors with protection that this could never become a bar or something where it's primarily alcohol sales. There's no bar operator who's going to serve breakfast at 7 a.m. We know that the use variance goes with the property. And so we're just trying to give comfort that this is not intended to be a place whose revenues are primarily generated from alcohol. It's not. We know that it's not. But being able to sell a Bloody Mary with some eggs and toast on Sunday morning really does help make the revenue function for this property. We've heard time again that people would like this to be a commercial property. They'd like to save it. Everyone recognizes it's almost impossible to be a resident. But what hasn't come up yet tonight is the cost to purchase and to renovate and save this project. At $35 a square foot, which is the going rent for office space in Charleston, this building would fail. Nobody could spend the capital to do that. We have calculated that it needs to bring in, it needs to charge approximately $60 a square foot as an office space, so nearly double, simply to have the carrying costs of this building survive as it is. So it's been sitting vacant for 20 years, and I don't necessarily think that someone's going to come forward now to turn it into an office.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the board?
Yeah, I have a question about the parking. How far is it from Colonial Lake to your business? Do you know?
That's going to be one block.
One block?
The neighborhood supply, it's the neighborhood support map, because then he can see the map. It's one block, sir. So, yeah, there you go. So the edge of Colonial Lake is one block from the property.
And so that they any with people to drive there as well. I saw
Mr. Don, we're having
as
trouble.
I'm looking at it now. You got a total of over 2,000
Mr. Jordan, we can't hear you.
petition, and he used can you hear me now?
Yeah, it was really jumbled. Try again.
Hear me now? Bye.
Here he is.
I believe it was about parking.
Might try turning your camera off. You turn your camera off, that might help.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Much better.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. See, you have about and the zip codes range from 401 to 412, 403 to 525. My point being is that your petition is it encompasses, seems like, all of Charleston, as much of Charleston, and so therefore those individuals would have to drive there. In the process of driving there, you don't think that that would be a detriment to the community? Although you have MUSC there and there's a walking community, people that are, I mean, with the businesses there, you don't think that the parking would ever become a situation?
Thank you for the question, and we recognize that neighbors from all over Charleston, we do have this business. So the parking situation along Colonial Lake, this is one of the areas in the city that actually has the most parking available to be lit. And the very own Charleston City parking study suggests that by not giving parking spaces, the cars won't come. And so the very purpose of our limiting the request for 2 spaces instead of more is on the basis of the city's recommendation that we don't do that. So the 2019 traffic study expressly stated, if you don't provide the parking, you will not have the traffic problems.
Okay. I'm through questioning.
Is my speaker working okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay?
I would be happy to send the Charleston practice study to the board. If I can pull it up, I'd be happy to send that to the board to see the information and the research that was done on that process. One of the things that we would like to do for the neighborhood is to add a third parking space on the street between the corner end of Wentworth moving north on Allen. That would not be a space that the can control. It would actually be a space that would be new for the neighborhood.
Okay, I think, yeah, I think we're ready to,
Danielle, you were breaking up.
yeah.
Let's try that. I was just saying that we were adding a third parking space to the street if we're able to do so. We clearly need to get permission from the city to do that. Part of the process, part of the idea. We also are going to provide bike racks on the property to encourage biking.
Thank you.
I have one question kind of back to what Ms. Grass was asking about the hours. I'm a great fan of your other restaurants, both the Harbinger and the Harkin, and both of those properties are just, I know they close at 3 o'clock or something like that. And was it just an economic decision, the reason for having this particular property stay open later, instead of sort of following the business model of the two that are already in place and I assume very successful? And I think that reducing those hours might have been something that would be more appealing to the adjacent neighbors.
So the Harkin and Harbinger cafes close at 3 p.m. largely because of COVID. Prior to COVID, these restaurants were open till 5 p.m. Secondly, with the garden store, we need to be able to provide enough retail hours for patrons to stop by after work. So we think between 5 and 6:30 p.m. to peruse the garden store and, stop and pick up a small bag of citrus fertilizer for our lemon trees, stop by and get that new African violet for your kitchen counter. So the retail in particular needs to be open past standard working hours.
Okay. And so with regards to the alcohol, if I'm understanding it correctly, breakfast service, that just means that a future business would have to have breakfast service in order to serve alcohol?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, and adding to that, about the breakfast service, that was one of my questions too, is what are breakfast service hours? What does that mean exactly? So does that just mean that alcohol can start being served during breakfast until you close at 6:30?
So we're tying that to being open at 7:30 and 8 a.m. and serving food. And yes, alcohol would be available throughout the day for lunch and the appetizers. So the question about the kitchen will begin shutting down at 3 p.m. and there will be lighter food service from 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. We've received conflicting advice. Hopefully the Historic Charleston Foundation and the Preservation Society are still both on if it requires clarification. Historic Charleston Foundation would like to see us serve a larger menu with the evening hours, with the 3 p.m. to 6:30, while Preservation Society would like to see us do even a smaller menu to have a less intrusive kitchen operation from 3 to 6:30. We're open to dialogue and conversation on that. our envisioned patronage for the 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. hours are people stopping in, having a glass of wine while they peruse the garden store, and maybe some almonds and olives or charcuterie before they go to one of Charleston's fantastic dinner establishments. It's not intended, and we do not believe it will be a place where people are going to sit and drink. That's just not the aesthetic or the atmosphere that we will foster. It's also not the aesthetic or the atmosphere that we will tolerate.
Mr. Batchelder, I have a question for you just along these same lines. You mentioned that for the liquor to be served, a liquor license, did you say that there would have to be food served? Did you say that?
I want to caution everybody to, what I said was the wording from the state law, as I read the law. That doesn't mean that that's the state requirement, because the interpretation of those requirements can be different from, or it leaves it open to interpretation. Let's put it that way. So how they actually interpret those laws and apply them when they issue licenses is not up to me or anybody else in the city. But yes, you're supposed to have service for hot meals and be able to serve hot meals to patrons for liquor by the drink.
Okay, thank you.
That is something we would be willing to comply with if asked to do so.
I guess, Ms. Brown, while you're still talking to us, thank you, is just to, if you could just answer the question about the wood stove, since that was brought up, just so we can address that, please.
We may not need it. It's not most certainly in the business plan. It's something that we have, again, heard from the neighbors and from the cafe operators that we would like, because Haven is intending to serve bagels, and wood-fired bagels are a style of bagel called a Montreal style bagel, which is the type of bagels that the baker Greer would like to make and has been making up at Harbinger. And I think the other point to mention that is usually the high-end bagel shops all use this product. And if we all think about a wood-fired pizza joint, I think Renzo is a very good example of that in town. You go to these wood-fired pizza joints and you don't smell the wood smoke. You don't notice it in the outside area. So I think just go back to your own experiences when you've had a wood-fired pizza in Charleston and ask yourself if you've smelled that outside. It would be the same sort of situation at Haven. It would not be particularly noticeable. And further, I guess just what I'm recalling from the cafe operator, and I think Cameron's on, so if need be, she can correct me. But the wood-fired bagels would just be served in the morning from 7:30 to 10 a.m. So it's not an all-day persistent use anyways. Even though with the air scrubber and the reality is you don't necessarily smell it at wood-fired pizza places.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Anyone want to make a motion?
Can we keep talking a little bit, please? I did want to just address, I guess, Mr. Wilson, that when I asked about the letters of support and the letters of opposition, can y'all hear me? I'm hearing a lot of feedback. So.
No, it's fine.
Okay. I just want to mention the reason that I asked about that was because Mr. Batchelder mentioned the number of those in support, but really I feel like I think it's disconcerting to me that we're not seeing the letters and we're not seeing the comments. I know that we're getting the general idea, but you know, as Mr. Maslon was going through his slides, I mean, there was considerable time spent in writing some of those letters, and I'm disappointed that we can't see the concerns of those who are opposed. I feel like we got a really good, you know, idea of those who are in support. I agree, you know, I'm also a supporter of the cafes, and I think that they're incredible businesses, but I just feel like it's the responsibility of our board to ensure that, you know, in granting the variance, that we'll also, we need to make sure that it won't be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property owners. And I know that the applicant has also made a lot of, you know, proposed a lot of conditions to mitigate many of the negative impacts, which is, it's very admirable. And I think that they've done a lot of work in addressing a lot of issues that might occur. I mean, even including the, you know, replacing the impervious surfaces and addressing, you know, drainage issues with greenscaping and installing, you know, other water management features. So I think that they've addressed a lot of issues, and I'm, you know, happy to see that. But I just feel like that there's some issues that will directly impact those adjacent residents that still need some work. And I'll specifically say that I'm concerned about 7 days a week operating and the number of hours per day. And I'm saying that in regards to the impact that I feel like it may have on those adjacent residents, as far as their being able to enjoy their properties peacefully, you know, in the best use of their properties. So I'm just wondering if there's any room to, you know, further mitigate some of these issues. You know, I know alcohol's mentioned, but I feel like, to me, I feel like the number of days of week and the hours of operation is, it's difficult for me to support that. I don't know. I'd like to hear what the other members have, what they feel about that.
I would agree. Sorry. You're getting feedback from me too?
Not now.
No. So one of the things that, well, maybe because I'm a lawyer, I tend to go back to the rule and the variance and the, you know, what it is that we're approving or thinking about. And I wanted to hear more from the applicant side, why, I wanted to hear more on the substantial detriment piece. Because it does seem, I'm hearing the feedback again. It does seem like this would be really invasive if you consider the immediately adjacent neighbors. So I was hoping to hear more from the applicant side, you know, why addressing that issue. I think, you know, having a cafe in the neighborhood is wonderful. I would love that in my neighborhood, and it does foster a sense of community. But the rule is, you know, the fourth prong is concerns the adjacent neighbors. And so it's hard for me to get past that piece of it.
I agree with you. And I think that's why I sort of reiterated what Ally was saying about the hours and, you know, and then all of the points that Christopher King brought up, their feedback again, which, you know, he mentioned about the food after 3 o'clock and removing the glass roof. And I think just some of these issues that the adjacent neighbors are bringing up could perhaps be addressed more thoroughly, which maybe would have been, to Hasa's point, that we heard a little bit more about that, but it seems like there is some room maybe for some further compromises between the applicant and the adjacent neighbors.
I'll add to that the idea that it's going to be incumbent upon the neighbors to enforce the conditions. And I think of the burden that's imposed on them to have to police that everything is done the right way.
I'd like to add to that. I think the weekends will really be a detriment to them. With alcohol being served, I think that the weekend is the biggest problem. Be the biggest problem.
So, Mr. Batchelder, we have to vote, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, I feel like this is a really, I mean, it's very difficult. And
It's very difficult.
I feel like I mean, obviously, you know, it's a great, like I said, the businesses are great. It's a great opportunity to restore this structure that's been sitting, you know, vacant and deteriorating for 30 years that everybody in the community can relate to and love. And we've all dreamed about what we would do with this building. So, I mean, there's just so many positive aspects about the application. And that's why it's really hard. But, you know, I just feel like it's our responsibility, as we've all mentioned, and I'll just reiterate that, to make sure that those residents adjacent to the property are not negatively impacted, so that they will not be able to enjoy their property. I don't know. I'm not sure, you know, what y'all think about the conditions if we approved it. I mean, there's so many conditions, you know, how will we make sure that we're covering all the conditions? And I mean, is it something that should be sent back for, you know, further study or revisions, and taking into consideration what the adjacent neighbors have said and what the board has said, what the city has said? I don't know.
And if I could just interject, I don't think it's really the board's role to figure out the solution if you don't like the proposal. I think that's up to the applicant, and probably the applicant working with neighbors.
So, Mr. Batchelder, we have to make a decision tonight.
Well, you have to decide what you're going to do, and that's either approve, deny. You could defer it. I'm not sure that the deferral advances this or just keeps it in limbo. I think you really need to make an up or down decision and move forward. I mean, we've heard we're at what time? 8:50. So we're going on 4 hours here pretty soon. So I think it's been presented and discussed thoroughly. And so I hope that you can make a decision one way or the other.
I don't know. I feel like I wish that they were given the opportunity to try to work things out before we denied it based on that. Number 4 at the very I don't know. What does the board feel about that?
I mean, I agree that I think it's important to save the building. I think it's a good use for the building. I think it's a great thing for the neighborhood, but it's clearly not a great thing for the adjacent neighbors. And that's what we're faced with, you know, that the variance is not a substantial detriment to the adjacent property. And I mean, I would love if it could get worked out so that we could have this wonderful cafe here and that the adjacent neighbors, you know, weren't negatively impacted. But I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means because like Lee said, we can't make the conditions. So I don't know. I mean, is it like the situation where, you know, they try and work it out? And again, I don't know.
Well, I got the impression that they really haven't sat down to work on it, unless I just misunderstood. But Lee, if it were denied, would the applicant be able to come back? Can you hear me?
So a denial means that this application is not approved, does not preclude somebody from coming back with a new application with a different proposal, different hours, different, you know, all the different aspects. I don't think it does. So the denial does not stop somebody from pursuing this idea at this location. The applicants could certainly come back.
Okay. So it sounds like we have to make a decision. So one of you three has to make the motion.
Right.
I'm just going to say one more time to everybody who supports this project and to those opposed, is that the board's responsibility is to make sure that the variance test is met, and we have to make sure that there wouldn't be a detriment to the adjacent property owners. I think that they have voiced their concerns and illustrated to the board. I personally think that they've illustrated to us that there would be negative impacts that would be substantially detrimental. But I just want everybody to understand that, you know, it's not that, you know, we wouldn't support the concept here. It's that we have to make sure that all the boxes are checked and that everybody, you know, is protected.
Yeah, and I think everybody can see we're struggling.
Is that a motion?
I mean, I don't believe that. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't believe that it meets the variance test in regards to the prong 4, but I mean, I am almost tempted to make a motion to defer it just so that they can go back and work on it some more. And I know that that doesn't sound very popular, but I feel like there is an opportunity that it can work if the conditions were, you know, discussed and worked through. So, I mean, I hate
And
to
if-
make a recommendation to deny it, but I don't
And
know.
if you do make a motion to defer it, give some specific direction as to what you're asking the applicant to do.
Mhm.
And if it's to work with the immediate neighbors and try and come up with a solution, that's fine.
Okay. So do y'all want me to make the motion? I'll make a motion to defer the application, asking the applicant to go back and meet with the adjacent neighbors to work through a lot of these issues that have been discussed. And I do appreciate the amount of attention that they've paid to mitigating some of the negative impacts, but I believe that the impacts regarding the number of hours and the number of days per week should be discussed, and any of the other issues that the neighbors had that were not addressed tonight.
So then we ask for a second.
Right.
Second. I second.
Okay. Lee, I do have a question. So the vote is to defer the application so that they have an opportunity to speak.
So that the applicants can go back to the adjacent neighbors. Right,
Okay.
is that?
Yeah, I think if they could also work with the preservation organizations who had specific conditions as well.
And you might want to throw in the neighborhood association since they
Yeah.
were.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I think it would be important to have the support of the HVNA as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, so all those in favor vote aye. Ms. Grass,
Aye.
Mr. Jada,
Aye.
Ms. Richards,
Aye.
and Ms. Vargas is going to vote nay. But the motion carries.
Okay,
Okay,
so I will
Lee,
I
can
will bring-
we take a little break while you're getting those people back in?
Sure, you want to take a 5-minute break?
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I'm just kind of curious what happened.
Well, the board deferred the request
No way.
with specific recommendations for the applicant to work on some things before they come
I
back.
got you. Okay.
And so immediately after that, the board members want to take a short little break. And they're in the
Are we
process of coming back
Yeah.
so that we can restart the meeting.
All right. So have the people, applicants and lawyers associated with the remainder of the pending matters, they've been just hanging around waiting to get back in here, I guess.
Right.
Okay.
Are we still
Well,
live?
They're still, you're still live, so keep that in
We're
mind.
still live?
Yep, we're in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get through the rest of this quick reading. Yeah. Mike, are you there? Yeah, you're there. Okay, I see you. Oh. Penny?
Did you?
Yeah, I was telling you had the stuff on the screen still.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Is everyone back?
Yes.
Lee, do you think you have everyone back?
I think so. That one we can skip through.
Right.
Okay,
Ready?
we're ready.
Yeah.
All right, item
Everyone is here.
B1 on the agenda is North Market Street, Church Street, Anson Street, and Pinckney Street. Request a first one-year extension of a vested right that expires on April 16th, 2021, pursuant to section 54-962. Vested right pertains to a special exception granted under section 54-220 on April 16th, 2019 for a 115 unit accommodations use in a GBA zone district. Mr. Batchelor.
So this is an extension of a vested right. Nothing has changed with the ordinance that would preclude or prohibit this use, and we recommend approval of the extension.
I think the board understands that we're bound, they're entitled to an extension. If there are no changes, is there a motion for approval?
Move approval.
Second,
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Mr. Morrison,
Aye.
Mr. Jadon, yes, that was yes. Ms. Grass,
Aye.
Ms. Grass,
Aye.
Ms. Richards,
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Vargas,
Aye.
Mr. Bennett,
Aye.
Mr. Robinson moves, also votes aye. Is unanimously approved. Next item on the agenda is 73 Gordon Street. Request special exception under section 54-110 to allow a two-story addition, kitchen expansion, living room, bedroom expansion, closet, bedroom that extends a non-conforming 3-foot east side setback, 9 feet required. Request special exception under section 54-110 to allow front porch expansion that extends a non-conforming 4-foot east side setback, 9 feet required, zoned SR2. Mr. Batchelder.
So this is a request to allow additions onto this existing house that extend the non-conforming building setback on the east side. And here's an aerial image of the house, 1.5-story house. And here are photographs of the existing house. More photographs of surrounding houses with additions. So this site plan shows the extensions. On the right is the existing house footprint, and on the left is the proposed house footprint. So the porch on the front gets wider and extends into the setback on the east side. And on the back, there's an addition that extends that non-conforming east side setback as well in the back. So those are the requests. It's a special exception, light and air impacts. And here are letters of support from those immediate neighbors. 69 Gordon Street supports this. And here are some drawings. I'll just show this one. This is the front and rear elevation. Proposed rear elevation is shown here, existing down here. In front, you can see the wider porch on the house versus what's here existing. And side elevation, so you see the 2-story addition off the back. So they're preserving the character of the house, but adding more square footage to what is otherwise a fairly small house. And these images show in the upper right-hand corner the front view of the house, even with that addition. So we feel that they meet the requirements of the special exception and recommend approval.
The city recommends approval. Ms. Ashby, is there any opposition?
No, Mr. Robinson, no opposition.
Mr. Jadon votes in favor of the moves to approve the application. Ms. Grass seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison.
Aye.
Mr. Jadon.
Aye.
Ms. Grass.
Aye.
Ms. Richards.
Aye.
Ms. Vargas.
Aye.
Mr. Bennett.
Aye.
Mr. Robinson votes aye. The motion unanimously passes.
Mr. Robinson, just one question. Who did you second the motion?
Ms. Grass.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 3 is 1531 Graywick Avenue. Request variance from section 54-301 to allow construction of an 8-foot fence to the rear and north side property lines, 6-foot limitation, zone SR1. Mr. Batchelder.
So this is a property on Johns Island, and it's in an area in a neighborhood that has a few houses in the city, but most houses are not in the city. As you can see from this zoning map, the color indicates properties that are zoned SR1, single-family residential in the city of Charleston. The white, no color on the lots means that they are not in the city of Charleston. They're under the jurisdiction of Charleston County for zoning. And this has to do with a fence height issue. Here's an image of the property. You can see it's a very large lot. And so the applicant would like to have an 8-foot fence along the side and the rear of their lot. They're installing a pool. You'll see the pool in photographs, but the side and the rear is where they want to have the taller fence. The 2 portions up here would be conforming in height, but the rear part of the fence would be the taller 8-foot fence, up to 8 feet tall. And in the county, there is no fence height limitation. So those other folks that live in this neighborhood that are not in the city of Charleston can have taller fences. And you'll see that there is a tall fence on the other, on the, what is the bottom side of the lot in this image. So this indicates the proposed location of the 8-foot tall fence right there along the back and side. And you can see the pool under construction. Here's an image. So the fence over here, that's on the neighboring property that is not in the city. It is taller than 6 feet. And so there's no issue there. And these people on this lot simply want to extend that height across the back and side of their property. And this image shows the proposed pool height right there. As you can see, the lady standing there on the edge of the pool, and what the height of that elevation means relative to a 6-foot fence, which is over here. More images showing the neighbors, more images, backyard. So this is the fence they want to build. They have secured letters of support from each of the abutting neighbors. So the 2 neighbors on the side who are in the city of Charleston have signed letters indicating they support this. And then these are those 2 neighbors plus the neighbor in the back. So each of the neighbors that adjoins where they want to build this fence says they're fine with it. So we recommend approval of this request. We've supported these variances in the past in certain neighborhoods where we have this situation in your residential lot on the boundary of what is otherwise the city of Charleston versus Charleston County. Riverland Terrace is an example of where we've got a big mix of unincorporated and city of Charleston properties. And also with support from neighbors, the immediate neighbors that are impacted. So we have that in this situation, both those circumstances. So we support this request.
Those in favor of the application, Ms. Ashby, is there any opposition?
No, Mr. Robinson, no opposition.
Ms. Richards moves for approval. Ms. Vargas seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye. Mr. Morrison?
Aye.
Mr. Didon? Mr. Didon?
Aye.
Ms. Grass? Ms. Grass?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Richards?
Aye.
Ms. Vargas?
Aye.
Mr. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Robinson votes aye. The motion unanimously approved. Next item on the agenda is number 4-5 Cummings Street.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting. I need to recuse myself on this item. And
Please let the record show that Mr. Bennett is recusing on this item.
This is the final item. I will be signing off. Y'all have a good evening.
Aye.
Thank you, John.
Bye-bye.
Hi, John.
Thank you.
Request special exception on section 54-206 to allow an existing building as an accessory use office to an existing church in DR2F diverse residential zone district. Request variance from section 54-206 to allow building to encroach within the 25-foot setback from adjoining property lines, zone DR2F. Mr. Batchelor.
5 Cumming Street is an existing residential building in a residential zoning district. It's just north of Bufane Street in Charleston Village. The applicant is Grace Church, Grace Episcopal Church, and they would like to purchase this property and use it as an office temporarily while they relocate their offices that are currently on Wentworth Street into this building to do construction work on that building where they are currently located. And once that is complete, they would relocate the office from 5 Cumming Street back to another building and then use this as a rectory, I guess, or you can see the property right here. So it's just north of that corner store that sits at Cumming and Bufane. And Grace Episcopal Church, of course, is nearby, a little over a block away. They also own this property right here in the corner of Wentworth and Cumming, and use that for office space as well. I think that's the building that has to be, that they have to move the office out of to make some repairs or reconstruct the building. But anyway, that is the proposal. Here's more information. So you see the zoning map. It's residentially zoned property right here. Information. There's a good image of the house right there. So temporary Grace Church offices, current locations are corner 115 Wentworth. Conditions have become unsafe in that building. After the new offices are ready, we'll turn this back into a residential use as a rectory or home for one of the clergy of the church. Parking at 115 Wentworth Street, that's the building on the corner of Wentworth and Cumming, will continue to be used to accommodate clergy and administrative staff. So more photographs just showing the property in question. And the house itself. So the Charleston Village Neighborhood Association has submitted a letter indicating that they have reviewed this and are supportive of this with the following conditions. And I've listed those. I've just copied and pasted that letter right here so you can see those, but they want to include these conditions in the approval so that once the work is complete and the offices can go back to where they currently are, that will happen. And this will no longer be used as an office for the church, but instead will be used as a rectory or home for clergy. And in the event that the work at 98 Wentworth is not completed, the property shall be converted to a rectory use immediately and without delay. Basically, they just want the church to agree to these conditions and follow through. And then we also have a letter of support from the Preservation Society. We'd like to thank the applicant for reaching out. We have no objections to the special exception request. As an accessory use, we support the position and thoughtful conditions put forward by the Charleston Village Neighborhood Association, in particular that the building at 5 Penning Street be used temporarily as an office space and revert to a rectory upon completion of the addition at 98 Wentworth Street. I urge the board to adopt these conditions. So that is the situation. We recommend approval with the conditions that were outlined in this letter, and be happy to answer any questions. And I know the applicant is probably still listening, but Penny, is there anybody that's speaking in opposition?
No, no, there was someone signed up to speak in support, but not in opposition.
And I'm happy to include the applicant if you need to, but I'll just leave it at that for now.
Mr. Batchel, I have a question. Was there any mention of any time limit on this temporary use?
There's no specific mention of a time limit. So what they plan to do apparently is move the office from this building into the addition that is being planned for the actual church property, which is 98 Wentworth Street. They've gotten zoning approval for that addition. And they are now working on going through the BAR process. And I believe they just received some sort of approval for that. Maybe not complete, but they're getting close. And I know, well, anyway, if you have questions about that, I can
Lee, may I chime in just so you know, and the board knows that the senior warden for Grace Church, that's the person that signed up to speak, and I see that she is listening. She has joined the meeting.
Is that
maybe she could provide more specific information as to
the
length of time. That is Miss Carter, Susan Carter. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it seems to be a little bit of a loose end. I'm looking at item number 4 under the letter. It says in the event 98 Wentworth is not completed, when, it doesn't say when, property shall be converted to a rectory immediately and without delay, but if it says it's not completed, it doesn't say when. It seems like it's a loose end to me. I guess I would like to have that question answered.
So I've invited Susan Carter to address the board. I'm happy to swear you in.
Thank you.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm the senior warden at Grace, which means I'm to all intents and purposes the president of the lay governing board. Simmons Young, our architect, is also on the call and can provide more technical information than I am able to. I can tell you that we hoped to use 115 as office space while we went through the fundraising and the building of our new building, which the board has approved, almost completely approved. But we have learned that 115 is not fit for human habitation. It is an extremely dangerous building. And so we examined rental space from the college, rental space from apartments nearby, renovating 115, which was cost prohibitive. It didn't make any sense. And we had nowhere to put the staff when we renovated them. So we have come up with this proposal. It is very much an low impact use and a temporary use. I can't tell you how long it would be. My guess would be in our dreams, 3 years. 2 years to get started raise the money, get started on the new building, and then get folks into it. But I can't commit to that without that just doesn't make sense. We think the fundraising will go well. We are not trying to raise money to build a dream building. We're trying to raise money to build a building that our congregation of 3,500 people already need. Grace serves a huge outreach component in downtown Charleston. And I know the city very much wants a vibrant, our church is a vibrant outreach community among us, and we can't do that without our staff. Simmons, do you have anything that I'm missing or should add? And may I take questions, specific questions from you?
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Hold on, Simmons, would you let Lee swear you in, please?
Oh, yes.
Simmons, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Simmons, the only question I have in cases like this in past years, we've always had a time limit on it. It's a little bit of a loose end without some kind of time limit.
Right. And the fundraising really is the ticket here for us. And I think we would love to say that we'll be done in 3 years and everybody will be moved in, but I just can't commit to that, not knowing how the next 3 years are going to go compared to the last one.
We need to raise $10 million. We've raised a little bit so far, but we stopped because of the pandemic. And we are about to go into quiet phase. We have significant plans. We have prospects in mind. The market is up, that's good, but the pandemic is still there, and that's bad. And so we just have to go find out. But in the meantime, the work of grace continues, and we are busy, but we have to have somewhere for our staff.
And I might mention one potential idea to just sort of throw this out there. If, for example, in 3 years, we're not in and out of here, we could come back and revisit it. And if we've been bad neighbors, we'll learn about it. But I'm certain that we will not have been bad neighbors at that time.
Thank you very much. I think that, that is along the lines of something we can work with. Has anyone else got any other questions for either person? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments, or motions from the board?
Move approval
Subject to conditions?
with all the conditions in the Charleston Village Association letter and the 3-year return.
And the 3-year term. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Mr. Morrison?
Aye.
Mr. Jadon?
Aye.
Ms. Grass?
Aye.
Ms. Richards?
Aye.
Ms. Vargas?
Aye.
Mr. Bennett's not here. Mr. Robinson votes aye. The motion is unanimously approved. Thank you all very much and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Well, a
Thank you.
bookend record.
Thank you, Hazel, for stepping in.
Good night.
Thank you, everyone.